Good evening, welcome to the December 18th meeting of the Douglas Conservation Commission, being held both via Zoom and in person in the resource room at the Douglas Municipal Center. We have a few, a handful of topics to get through together. The first items that I'm going to look at is the mail and orders to be signed. First item in the mail is the letter from the Highway Department. If you've had time to review, it looks like they're delaying any further work on South Street because of the cold weather. Have any comments on that? Okay. Or we don't need to take a vote, it's just informational. So, all right. And then Whiten Reservoir readings for October, November, and December. So it looks like it's just been dropping consistently. Okay.
But it came up today, though.
Yeah.
Came up today, yeah, absolutely. Excellent. All right. Again, we don't have a vote on that item, it's just informational. And then master plan volunteers. So we have memo from the regarding the master plan committee. So they voted 7-0 to begin the process for updating the master plan to establish a subcommittee. So they're looking for a volunteer, it looks like, from the Conservation Commission. Is there anybody who would like to volunteer to be on the master plan committee?
Jumping at once.
I know. What's the time frame within which we have to get back to them?
They wanted an answer like 3 meetings
Yesterday.
ago.
Oh, okay, perfect. So we've been kicking it around for, dated October 5th, perfect.
Yeah, so I got a feeling that the answer is going to be no volunteers.
Well, we don't have a volunteer. Well, I can't volunteer people. We
Right.
don't get paid enough for that, okay.
Well, that's $0 that you make on this.
Understood.
But the prestige, the ability to form the future,
How often do they meet and what time do they meet?
I have no idea. I just started in town. I'm learning as I go.
All right, send them my information, I'll consider it.
All right, very good.
Thank you. And we've got meeting minutes, May 8th, June 5, June 26, July 17, and August 7. I have to admit, I have not reviewed any of these.
Me neither.
Okay.
Is it a problem with getting them to you, or is it just a problem with time to read them?
For me, it's just time to read them.
Okay, because they are getting quite in arrears.
Yep, yeah.
But now that it's winter, I will have time to read them.
Okay.
I just didn't have time.
All right, we'll make this a priority. Either that or I'll hold everybody up at the end of the meeting to read one of them.
Not a bad idea.
And I'll read them aloud to you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Excellent. Updates. Actually, before I go into updates, if anybody's curious, Tracy Sharkey resigned from the Conservation Commission Board. She put in her paperwork last week. I haven't seen the paperwork, and I don't know if there was any supplemental information associated with that resignation. So we will want to talk about, I don't know what the process is going forward, maybe you're learning along with us. Does the vice chair just automatically become chair, or do we assign or elect a new one?
For now,
Yep,
you're in charge because you're vice, because that's kind of how it works, right?
yep,
But you absolutely have the ability to reconfigure the board
okay,
however you want to in preparation for the next meeting, which would be, the new year. Maybe you want to wait for Mr. Harris to show up
Yeah.
before you do that. And that way, you pretty much get a full board.
okay. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, excellent. Yeah, so we'll consider that between now and the new year. So some members who are here, just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. If we want to change the positions at all, let me know between now and then, and we can talk about it next time, or in between. And we don't have to talk about board configurations, that's just public information. We only have to vote as a public hearing.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, and but thing is if you're going to be, if there's going to be a quorum of members talking to each other and debating, it has to be in a public forum.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's more a matter of I'm trying to value the public's time, right? Perfect. All right, so that is something that we'll be discussing at the next meeting, if anybody wants to change their roles or responsibilities on the board. All right, item number 3 is, yeah, go ahead.
Comment.
Please, Mark.
I would like to thank Tracy Sharkey for all her service to the Conservation Commission. I know she's been on the commission for quite a long time,
Yep.
and she's done a great service to the town by volunteering to be on the board. So, thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Mark. That's very important to acknowledge. Absolutely, I wouldn't know how to do any of these pieces had it not been for Tracy's mentorship on this board. So, thank you. I appreciate her time as well. And also volunteering for any of these boards is a sacrifice. All right, and then, so item 3, updates. The Oak Street Solar Project, we have a lot of information and updates on this. I know I have some emails from this over the weekend. Would you be willing to kind of fill in what the backstory is over the last several days with regards to that project?
I'm going to go a little further than that.
Please, thank you.
I'm going to go back to last Monday, when I was informed that there was some erosion and sediment problems going on in site that required immediate attention. And I was informed actually by a conservation commissioner in the town of Sutton, Mike McGovern,
Okay.
who sent me pictures of sediment going underneath Holt Road and into the cove and lower Manchog Pond. From there, we were off the races. I informed Art Allen, who's the site monitor here for the town of Douglas. And I informed Jen Kuchar here in the office. Ken Frazier was notified. He's the building inspector. And that morning, a week ago today, myself, Art Allen, Ken Frazier, I'm going to forget some names here, but I know they're going to be talking tonight as well from the applicant side. We're on site to look at what happened, and there was a major what we call blowout on the property in the northeast corner. It is quite severe. And the sediment, which there were copious amounts of, went down the hill into the bordering vegetated wetland, into a brook, which went about a third of a mile to Manchog Pond. That sediment eventually went over the dam into the Mumford River, and I am told that sediment is now in Stevens Pond in Sutton. So that was last week, and Art Allen is on, and I'm going to, give him a chance to get, because he's the site monitor. I
Yeah.
value his opinion on it. But then last night into this morning, obviously, everybody saw we had a serious storm
Yep.
that created another blowout. So here we are to talk about where we are and what the commission feels needs to get done from here.
It's-
And from there, I would recommend turning it over to Art Allen for his summary.
Yeah, I think I want to let him talk before I ask questions, but yeah, Art,
Good evening. Art Allen from Ecotech Incorporated, the construction monitor for the Conservation Commission. As you're aware, I've been monitoring this site, well, since before it went under construction and through the construction period. As Brendan noted, I was on site just after the rain event last Monday. I provided a report dated December 11th. And then knowing that the rain was coming again, similar type of storm. I went out midday today during the rain event, over 3 inches of rain again today. And essentially it was a carbon copy of the situation that we observed last Monday. And I provided a report dated today, December 18th, on my observations. Yeah, so, you know, in agreement with Brandon, it's basically the entire Phase 3 portion, the northern part of the site is open and unstable. Yep, that's the northeast corner where the sediment from that area leaves the site in Douglas, right just above the Sutton town line, flows through several properties in Sutton, into wetlands, under Holt Road, into Manchog Pond, out the outlet through the river, and I observed a plume of sediment down in Stevens Pond today. So essentially, the contractors have they put some additional control measures in place in preparation for this storm. Some additional swales, some berms. They roughed in the Basin 5, which is the kind of major control structure in that northeast corner of the site. And actually while I was on site today, they were pumping Basin 5, essentially trying to prevent it from overtopping and washing out, which would have been an even worse situation. Because then you would have been into basically a mudslide situation as opposed to you know, the highly turbid or sediment-laden water that was leaving the site. So the contractors are well aware of it. There's been some correspondence back and forth with the contractors today, both about the measures that they put in place since last Monday, and then their commitment to both my suggestion to retain a wetland scientist to evaluate the on and off site impacts and provide protocols for wetland cleanup and restoration, as well as, you know, engaging their engineers to come up with a better solution. I mean, as everyone's aware, we're, you know, well past the growing season at this point. Stabilization will have to take the form of some kind of temporary cover. Getting that Basin 5 in and stabilized as quickly as possible, which will go a long way to controlling the site, because as the commission is probably aware, the Basin 2 on the west side of the site had been a problem earlier in the project, but that basin they completed, stabilized those outside slopes with erosion control blankets, and that basin has not been a problem in the last week's storm or today's storm. So there are ways they can get the site under control. They know, you know, these are not, you know, these are not new contractors or new proponents on this site. They've worked on these types of sites before. Obviously, this one got away from them and, you know, caused some serious off-site impacts. So at this point, I think if, you know, maybe I would suggest maybe the contractor proponent would want to speak to their efforts at this point. I mean, again, I have no, you know, no oversight on the contractors. I monitor and report to the commission with my findings, you know, and make the contractors aware of it. You know, any means or measures that are put into place are, you know, are the responsibility of the contractor. So, through the chair, if you'd like the contractors to speak to the project at this point, if they're on, they may do that. Otherwise, I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Art. I have one question before I turn to the contractors. The blowout a week ago and the blowout this morning, you said was a carbon copy. It means it was in the same location, the same situation? Very similar? Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, I'd be willing to hear from either Gregory Morehouse, who's the author of this letter, or somebody else from Mill Creek Renewables who would like to speak to the work that's been going on the project since then.
Yep, so I'm Greg Morehouse. I'm the project manager for Mill Creek Renewables, and this is Pat Mahan. He is our
Please come to the table, if you don't mind.
head civil construction. He's our project manager for our civil company.
Yep,
So he's going to speak about what we're doing to prevent this and remediate the issue.
awesome, thank you so much.
Yep, and this is Jason Smith. He is the vice president of project execution for Blue Wave, the owner of the site.
Okay, excellent, and so, okay, we captured all names.
Then we got a bunch of people on the call too.
Okay, great, and you're representing Mill Creek Renewables?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm representing the owner of Blue Wave.
Okay, thank you.
So I think first, before I turn it over to Pat, I just want to note, thank you, Art, for all the information that you provide and the work that you do. And it is in construction. We did have an issue, and I want to make sure that it's on the record that we responded very quickly to those issues, stabilized that, and we haven't had any problems since then. It is our intent to do the same.
Okay.
So our current state is we're just in the beginning phase of building. Before last week, we were in the beginning phase of building Basin 5, and it's a pretty extensive basin. There's a lot of work involved in it. So we were just starting when the first major rainstorm came in. It washed us out. We got in there, did quite a bit of work, but there's thousands of yards of dirt to move, and it's wet, and we're trying to, we need to do it correctly in order for it to be built correctly. So we're working through that right now, and we did get quite a bit of the sub-base area for the basin built before this last storm, but it just didn't have enough volume, enough capacity to hold this storm. So we're hoping we're going to be out there tomorrow. I mean, we've been working 6 days a week, 50 hours a week to get this built. So we're going to be out there this week just continuing to build a berm, and I think once we get that completed, we can stabilize this area and get it under control.
And we plan to use the same temporary stabilization methods over the winter as we did with Basin 2, which has been effective so far.
Okay, and how is that different from what we've done with Basin 5?
Basin 5 just isn't fully constructed at this point.
Okay.
So
Is
the-
Basin 2 fully constructed?
Yes.
Some of the challenges we had with the first issues occurred that you called us in, is we just didn't have enough volume to be able to capture the amount of water that was coming down, especially during July. And so we added some volume, which is exactly what Pat is saying, is the end result, the basin, we believe, will hold the amount of water that's necessary, but we just are not complete with it. I think Art pointed out also, one of the things that will go a long way is being able to complete that basin to be able to capture the volume of water that's intended to sheet to that direction.
Okay.
And just one more thing, because right now, it's a pretty decent slope that the basin is being built on. So in order to get volume, we need to kind of continually build up in lifts on the outside edge. So we have 10, 15-foot fills we have to put in over huge areas. So we have to slowly bring it up. So as we were bringing it up, we've only got to the point where we basically built the basin floor. And we have like a little bit of volume versus, we have like a foot of volume now. We're going to get to about, 6 feet of volume over the whole area that will, they'll hold the water back.
Okay. So you're adding material to the site.
Correct.
Is the material that washed out some of the material you've added to that site?
We have not imported that material yet in that area yet. So that material is on-site material that has washed so far.
Are you going to have to replace that material? I mean, I assume if you're building up, you have to add material,
Yeah,
right?
there is some imported material, yeah. Yep.
Okay. So how are you going to prevent additional material that you're using to build up Basin 5 from washing out before the completion of Basin 5?
I mean, I think once we have volume and we have storage, that's going to be the key. And I mean, some things that happened in this last storm, we're trying to direct as much water as we can away from this basin as we build it, but it's just, the basin's there for a reason. It's where all the water is going.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Just a challenge.
No, for sure, it's a challenge. You're partially through construction. So I guess from my understanding, this is not the type of engineering I went to school for. Is this an issue with the construction sequence where you've had more runoff than you had containment for? I would think that you would want to build all of your basins prior to clearing in order to have avoided a situation like this.
Most of the tributary area from this was already cleared. It was
Yeah.
a field. So it was a field, but it, where the basin is
But like it had grass.
some grass, yeah.
Right. So like what I was seeing in the picture wasn't like a grassy field. I was seeing a lot of sand and sediment.
Yeah, so in the air, so we had to strip, in the area that we're building the basin, we had to strip off all the organics, all the vegetative, get down to like the sea layer soils, and then put like a clay plug in, and then start to build up there, so we had a stable base to build from. So we had to build a road down to this area and then strip off all the loam, the whole basin footprint to build this.
Right.
So that's
Okay.
kind of why we're so exposed in that area.
Yeah, it's a very intensive project, and we are diligently improving this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, for it to happen, the exact same problem happened twice in 1
Yeah.
week is really problematic. So I just want to hear a different solution than the one you've already done, because I already know that that failed.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, it's a large amount of, it's a large amount of earth to move, and we just can't do it in a day, or it's going to be unstable, be a bigger problem. We have to
Right,
build
yeah,
it
yeah.
stably, and it has to be built up, and, I mean, our main thing we're going to focus on this week, too, is just working on shedding water away from this area as much as we can, and that's going to be what we're hoping to do.
So
I think
then,
one of the things to
Go
point
ahead.
out, though, is, to your point, that the carbon copy occurred, but it wasn't without an effort to try to avoid it occurring again.
Yeah.
And so what you have in your hand right there that we did provide,
Yeah.
Mill Creek provided, were the measures that we did put in place to try to give us some sort of space to be able to build the berm, to be able to add volume to capture it. The storm had a lot of water, came much sooner and quicker than we would have liked, but those are representative in these bullet points
Yeah.
of the places where we did try to mitigate in between the storms as much as possible the impact of another storm.
Yeah, no, I am 100% seeing a prompt response. I'm seeing a lot of work. I'm seeing a lot of mitigation, and I absolutely love to see that, and we really appreciate that, right? 'Cause this is very impactful to the citizens of this town, which you have a large number of sitting here, right? We're, and I'm sure you can hear it in my voice, we're very frustrated, right? So that's why when I'm looking at a plan and I'm saying that you have done a response and that hasn't worked, I want to see more. I want to see different. And I'm wondering, like, for our own knowledge, because this is the second solar project in this town that we've had issues with. And the other one, I'm not going to speak to the details because that's another argument and debate. But we're, as a board, are trying to put together some lessons learned. What did we do, right? Because we approved this plan, right? I was on this board. We approved this plan. We thought that this would be fine even if we saw, 200-year storms back to back in 5 days. And that's, right, what we saw, and we had a problem. So that's the exact, we have to now plan for, the metrics should be updated. We should be planning for much larger storms, much more frequently, and I need to see plans that show that. We can't approve stormwater management plans that, are applicable to outdated standards. So, again, a lot of appreciation for the work that you're doing. I know you're on the site. I know you guys are working crazy, crazy hours. You guys are here now, and that means a lot to us. But I definitely want to see, continued work, and I want to see plans where we're doing more, we're doing something different, right? So, all right. Yeah, go ahead.
Can we pivot then, because we also,
Yeah.
as the owner and the operator in the future, we do take the wetlands very seriously. And so I would like to have the contractor talk about what we're doing to mitigate that,
Okay.
because it is important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. So for the cleanup plan, because obviously we have a lot of work to clean this up,
Mm-hmm.
we do have our wetland scientist, Devin, she's on the phone dialed in here. She was on site on Saturday morning. She took GPS readings of everything, so she's working on mapping out the entire spill area from our site all the way down to Montauk Pond. So we are working on developing that. Our tentative plan is to bring a vacuum truck in so we can, without disturbing much area, suck up the silt that we exported onto this wetland. And we may need to build a temporary road to get behind this basin here so we can access that. So we have our road kind of going up
Yeah.
here. I think you know a little bit more about this, but essentially we'd have to kind of bring it down here,
Yep.
bring it down here so we can get all the way into the
Oh, well,
wetland.
we'll stay inside of our area
Yeah,
here.
we're staying inside of our
Okay.
area,
We're not
but
gonna
just an access road for this temporary purposes.
Okay, do you need to do any clearing for that?
No clearing.
Okay.
No clearing.
Because that's the last thing I want to see is any more organic material leaving. Okay,
We're going to be inside of the limit of work. I mean, it's just,
okay.
Yeah.
you know, we will not go outside the limit of work for it.
Any chance you could do a laser point for the audience?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we want to do this in the least impactful but most efficient way possible.
Absolutely. No, I mean, that benefits everybody.
So we're gonna,
It's really
I'll go
hard.
point.
I'll go.
All right.
Is it
Once it
just
hits the screen, it disappears.
Yeah.
Just absorbing it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
You may have to point with an organic finger.
So we're gonna build a road along inside the limit of work in here, get down to this area here, which is pretty much where the pictures were, where you saw all the sediment build
Okay.
up along the erosion controls. And we'll get a powerful vacuum truck that can, you know, vacuum out a 6-inch line, like 500 feet in the woods. We'll put the pipe out there, and then we'll vacuum up and rake up and shovel up any sediments under the direction of the wetland scientists, and we'll dispose of that.
Well,
Okay.
I would like to point something.
Oh, please, go ahead.
It's not just 500 feet, it's all the way down the whole road.
Correct. Right.
Right, and it's
Right.
not just on your property, it's on multiple properties owned by other people.
And it goes into Sutton County.
Yeah.
Yes, it goes into Sutton, is
Yeah.
absolutely, which,
We are planning on meeting with Sutton on Wednesday
on Wednesday night, okay, so
That was going to be my next question.
Yep,
Thank you.
Yep,
Right.
we'll all be
Yes.
there.
Okay.
So my question through the chair is, do you have permission from the adjacent landowners to go onto their land to do this kind of remediation work?
No, we are working on that. I've been having some trouble getting in contact with them. So my worst case scenario is Wednesday, I'm going to go start knocking on doors, reach out for numbers, and just extend my efforts to get in contact with these people and let them know what the status is and what our plan is.
Okay.
We will not go on property that we
Without-
do not have permission
Yeah.
for, but if there's any assistance in getting access
So-
to this individual, it would be very helpful.
If you're the point of contact, could
Yeah.
we share your information maybe on our town bulletin board so that people who are going onto the town page to look who to get in contact with?
Absolutely.
Because I know there's a lot of people who have property that, you know, may have this issue,
Yes.
and we just want to facilitate, you know, being able to get in contact with each other.
Right, because the town line's right there, so.
Yep.
All the material, well, I'd say the lion's share of the material is actually in Sutton.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
like
It
a
is.
minor, not a minor, I mean, there's only like maybe 100 feet that's in Douglas, and then,
Right.
you know, the next third of a mile or so is
Right.
inside.
Yeah, so, yes, you can absolutely share my contact, which is at the bottom of the letter here.
Oh, thank you. Yep. Okay, so we're talking about, because will you or Devin be putting together like a map of where you think all of the
Yes.
silt has gone? Okay,
Yeah, Devin is currently plotting that based on the GPS findings she took this weekend.
Certainly,
okay.
maybe we can hear from Devin what her plan is so that we can share.
Yeah, are you guys good to have, to turn? them-
Yes, absolutely.
All right,
Devin, if you
excellent.
don't mind,
Yeah, Devin, you just your name, you know, and organization for the record for the town, and I'd absolutely love to hear what your plans are forward.
Absolutely. My name is Devin Herrick. I'm a certified wetland scientist with Weston and Sampson.
Thank you.
Yes, so I was called out onto the site on Saturday. I did bring a GPS unit with me, and I marked the limits of where sediment deposit was occurring. I also took depths along so we can get kind of a rough approximation of volume. There was quite a bit that did extend into Sutton. I will say that the majority of the area was, as you move down the hill, going towards the stream and towards the lake, a good chunk of it was more like a trace, dusting of sediment over leaf cover. There are certain areas there where we wouldn't be able to remove some of the sediment, because if we did, it's just a dusting on the leaves. We'll end up removing all of that detritus, and we simply don't want to do any damage to the ecosystem and the creatures that do rely on that detritus layer. But I believe that there are some plans in place for discussing with Sutton the implementation of a turbidity curtain downstream, but as that material is working its way down, it's not spreading further into the system.
Okay. Awesome. So far, you know for sure that you're working in this like 3 miles of wetlands area between the site and Manchog Pond, and then.
Yes, we walked the entire limit of it on Saturday.
Okay, wow, that's great. No, and then we were talking that there is some that's gone from Manchog Pond downriver into Stevens? Okay.
Yeah.
And we'd be looking to install that turbidity curtain right on the other side of the road, and I apologize, I'm not as familiar with the road names, but just to prevent that from going any further into the water bodies.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, right there.
Oh, this is very helpful, thank you.
So this is the property in question before it was opened up for the solar project, obviously.
Yep.
And I would say that, and here's Manchog Pond up here in Sutton. This black dash line is the town line, so you can see it's right on the town line. And the spot where the sediment started spilling over is right near this northeast corner. And it more or less runs in a northeasterly direction through the wetlands into a brook, down into this area, at which point it then goes underneath Holt Road via a culvert. And from the pictures that I saw this morning, it looks like the water is actually building up on the south side of Holt Road and sheet flowing over Holt Road into Manchog Pond. And I don't know exactly why that's happening. It's been speculated by some of the folks in Sutton that maybe there's so much material coming down the hill that it's clogging up the culvert. So
Okay.
I would recommend checking that out as well. But yeah, it's actually about a third of a mile between the property and the Manchog Pond, all through this area right here. And what I have to do now is I'm going to switch over to the Sutton side. So you have all these properties, and I know one of the properties that might affect is the Mazinski Living Trust. I know that Ms. Mazinski was interested in coming tonight. She might want to speak. But you can see there's a number of other properties here as well, and I'm not sure, we didn't, when we visited the site last Monday, we did not walk all the way down in the woods down to Manchog Pond. We stayed near the site, so I can't tell you exactly, but it sounds like that Devin did do some of that work with the GPS, so that's good.
Yeah, and Devin, I know you're still working through this, but do you have your preliminary findings that you could share for everyone here?
Absolutely. Is it all right for me to share my screen?
I think we can enable that, yeah?
Yep, try it.
All right, let me know if it comes up for us.
Yeah, we can see it, thank you.
Oh, excellent. All right. I'm hoping you're able to see my cursor, but there's a small purple line just on the property within Douglas. That's the edge of the erosion controls. I just got kind of that very end of the erosion controls to show where that breach did occur. As we move down the hill, the solid red is indications of where there's sediment that has accumulated to more than just a trace. That depth ranges from trace to about 6 inches in depth, or at least it did as Saturday. Then as we move further down the hill, you'll see a dashed red line. That's where we're getting areas where it's just a trace. It's silt cover on leaves, with the exception of there's a rock wall, and there's a small amount of material that has built up on one side of that rock wall because it's acting as a bit of a dam. So there is a small pocket right near the rock wall. It continues into the stream, and there is some silty material in the stream. Again, not a very accumulated amount. Again, more of a trace, and it's kind of right along the banks. There's about 1,000 linear feet of stream before we get to the wetland down below. Here we have an estimate of the trace sediment. We didn't want to walk all over these folks' property, so I did a couple of rough GPS points, but this line is a little bit more of an estimate of the limits of where we were seeing that, again, trace sediment before it crossed Holt Road and into. On Saturday, there was not any evidence of suspended sediments within the pond, but it's my understanding that perhaps there was today after all of that rain.
Yeah, no, I heard, or rather saw throughout the internet, some evidence there. So then there's the reporting that's going into Steve's, just to be, I'm trying to, big picture as possible. You've got it into Stevens. Can we talk about, either on this map or another map, where the Mumford River comes back into Douglas?
It doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, maybe, actually, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it joins the Blackstone in
It
Uxbridge, so
absolutely
it's
does.
got to get from A to B.
Much, much further down, which,
Correct, that's why I'm asking. I'm seriously, because I do water quality monitoring
okay,
on North Street.
yep.
So
okay.
I'm wondering, when does the sediment hit downtown Douglas?
I'll bring that up. So here we go, Douglas. Okay, so let's change the map type. Let's go to, let's see.
Because trust me, I don't mind hearing about Sutton. Sutton is important to
Yeah.
us too, but this is Douglas.
Yes.
Here we go, okay. So it's going into Manchog Pond about, sorry if I'm giving you
Yep, nope, this looks good,
right
yep,
here, then it goes to the Mumford River down to Stevens Pond.
yep.
At which point it would exit Stevens Pond at Manchog Road again, and then get back into the Mumford River right here, at which
Yep.
it flows through the village of Manchog and Sutton, and then it hits the town line again here on Manchog, next to Manchog Road. And then it continues down here. So it's got quite a ways to go.
Before we're downtown, but it could be back into Douglas if it's in Stevens.
Possible?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's just something I want to take into consideration long-term as Devin continues to work through this. Stream continuity is something that I try keeping awareness of.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, so this is your plan. What is the date for this particular letter that I'm looking at?
Oh, so that is from today.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so this was everything done last week, and now we're figuring out what we can do in addition to what we did last week. I'm guessing we're gonna put some more sediment basins in, repair all the silt fence that was damaged today.
Yeah.
And obviously, the biggest goal mark here is getting Basin 5 to capacity, so this does not happen again, which we are on track to do towards the end of next week. And
Yeah.
then install the outlet control structures the following week.
Okay. So these are all implemented. Are they currently working under an emergency order? Or they're working under their existing order of
They're
operations?
working under their existing order at emergency speed.
Yes.
An emergency speed, okay. Thank you. It does look like you're looking for approval for a turbidity curtain at the entrance to Manchog Pond. That's not something that we can grant.
Yeah,
because
so
it's not
that's
Sutton.
something we're gonna be discussing with Sutton on Wednesday.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so I'd like to see updates on this for Art and for the board. And
Yep.
I don't know, board, do you have any other inputs, any other thoughts of things that aren't already listed that they could do differently?
One thing I get, these sediment basins, like, when do they get put in?
The-
Temporary sediment basins here,
Those were put, the ones in blue on that plan were put in like late last week.
so you missed the first storm and then the second storm, or?
It was after the first storm, it was between the first and second storm those were installed.
Doesn't measurements, obviously they didn't work, so
Yeah, I mean, they were,
hopefully you get a better plan for what you're gonna do next.
yep. And our main concentration is building Basin 5, because once that's built, now the water's gonna travel in pipes, it's gonna travel over riprap, it's not gonna, the outlet becomes over, something we can stabilize versus just a bare earth, clay, a clay soil type berm. It'll be over, through pipes into riprap, and the water should be clean at that
Yeah,
point.
if you're doing a temporary sediment, you gotta put those up before you start digging Basin 5.
Yes,
Okay, if you don't have it in there, then you do get another storm.
Yep.
It's all gonna go down the root again.
yeah, I mean,
My
we,
question is, what are you gonna do with these temporary basins that you're showing here?
Mm-hmm.
Construct them so that you will be able to withstand 3 inches of rain, okay? And not have the same problem we have now.
yep,
I mean, I've seen pictures, this water's running across the road down there.
yep,
It's just unbelievable. So, I mean, that's, I think, gonna be a number one priority, is let's get this stuff straightened out before you go any further, try to dig more ponds.
yep,
Let's figure out how we're gonna handle it. If we do have an event like this, we're gonna be able to hold it back and filter the water and at least slow it down a little bit. Right now, it doesn't look like it's gonna slow it at all.
yeah, I mean, the basins aren't really being dug, they're more of, a building of a berm on the backside to create the depth of the berm rather than digging down, because we're so close to the groundwater level here. So all the basins are being kind of elevated, and that's kind of one of the issues of getting this built as soon as we can. And I mean, we can definitely add more sediment traps in there and hold water back that way.
And another measure we'll be taking is putting a temporary straw over the exposed soil, so that should help kind of slow things down, make the water that does exit a little bit cleaner in the meantime while we're working on this Basin 5.
Okay.
The other thing is the vacuum truck you talked about. How is that handled the pond?
That's more to just clean the wetlands.
So what's the plan for the pond development?
For in the pond, Devin might be able to speak to that more than we did. I mean, as we were out there Saturday, the pond, the turbidity had kind of dropped out of the pond, but Devin might have a better answer for that.
Absolutely. There's not really a plan to be able to remove the material that's already entered the pond. There's not really a way to unfortunately reverse that process. The sediment has dispersed, and at this point it's settled beyond the limits of just immediately adjacent to the outfall. The goal now is to make sure that if any more sediment does enter, as they're working hard to clean this up, and while some of that perhaps residual material is working its way through that stream system, that it's immediately captured at the outlet and is not allowed to spread any further. So that would be with the implementation of that turbidity curtain right at the outlet.
Okay. All right.
My concern is the phasing of the work and what you said, Katie Grace, where the land above these basins has been disturbed already, and the basins aren't built, and so we're getting a lot of turbidity and a lot of runoff from that whole hillside coming down through the basin area without any, I shouldn't say without any, there's silt fence, I believe, that's been installed across the side of the hill, is that correct?
Yeah.
But is that whole hillside disturbed and bearing ground already?
It's not all disturbed. A large portion of it was a grass pasture already. And, some of it is disturbed because there was clearing up, there was some, more scrub kind of material up there. But, a lot of the tributary area was a pasture, but it's just still, with the soil conditions right now in the ground so saturated and the high, just this area has really high groundwater, it just doesn't really absorb much, even the pasture kind of meadow.
It was always a wet pasture.
Yeah, and
Well, I would suggest that before we start hauling in dirt, trucking in dirt, and dumping dirt to form the berm for the Basin 5, that you do some work on that hillside to limit the amount of water that's coming down that hillside. Whether it's, some kind of blankets or something to try to handle that water. Because if in the process of constructing this berm, we get another rain, you've got all that disturbed ground, and it's gonna be, the situation's gonna get worse and worse. So please look at the area above your work site and see what controls you can put in place to try to help that situation and reduce the amount of runoff from above.
We will take that into consideration.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, again, I think I already asked you this, so I apologize. You don't have any more clearing that you plan on doing until these are built, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Nor can we. Ken will not let us.
They've cleared it all.
Well, sorry.
It's been felled.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The trees have been cut, but it has not been stumped in those areas. The trees were cut last winter.
February. Right. You plan to do stumping?
I mean, and to go to the next phase, to build, after this is completed and after this basin is completed and stabilized, you know.
The original plan that we approved had stumping.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a reason for the stumping?
Yeah, we need, some of these basins are in areas that are treed, so we can't build the.
Oh, in the basin areas,
Yeah.
not in the area under the solar farm.
No.
There is,
Just the solar farm area will be cleared.
There is.
Right, but is there stumping in the solar farm area?
yes, there is.
Yep.
In the original plan that we submitted and went through, Blue Wave did have stumping inside that, yes.
Okay,
A part of that is this is a dual-use project as well.
right,
Modules would be 10 feet off the ground, just to remind everybody.
yeah,
It's not an insignificant amount of effort to get them the foundations that deep and also the modules that high to be able to utilize that for some sort of either
Agricultural
agriculture
purposes.
and/or cattle, sheep,
Yeah.
what have you.
I recall that being in the original plan, yeah.
Yes, 100%. And that
Okay.
is a part of the need for that.
Okay,
Yep,
so that's for the foundationing for the,
Yep.
okay.
yep.
Oh, that understood. At some point, when we're putting together, again, understood that your wetland scientist needs to work through their plans, you're going to work through remediation plans. When we put that together, I want to make sure that we revisit all the stormwater calcs. Just, again, because we have had issues with other solar farms, and I don't know if the board echoes, we no longer trust that the methods that we've been using for stormwater calcs work anymore, right?
So I think this is a particular way for Blue Wave, just speaking from the owner, in the water table on this side of the hill
Yeah,
is extremely high, which makes it very challenging, especially with the spinach terrain. But to your
Yeah.
point, right, we are in climate change, which is a need for solar. But with climate change, our calculations may not be exactly accurate
Right.
using historicals. So yeah, there has to be some sort of give and take in working with the contractor and engineers to find a suitable solution.
okay,
One that meets the needs of the environment
yeah,
and the cost of the projects so that we can also move forward.
so yeah, that's definitely, I'm just letting you know now that that's something that we will be looking for when we start to review, remediation plans and things like that.
More than likely
Restoration
prior to
plans.
releasing us to do the next phase.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yep, and we do have our civil engineer of record, Jeffrey Murphy, on as well as our stormwater monitor, Richard.
Okay.
They are listening in, they're taking notes, we're going to start working on that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Did anyone else from your group want to speak on this issue? All right. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
These wood chip berms, are they in place now?
Yes.
Yeah, they've been in place, before the first major storm.
They're root tailing berms, not just wood chip berms, which I personally prefer, but this storm's, they still couldn't handle it.
No, they might have slowed a little bit of it down.
Well, you know what happened is they actually went around it. That's what ended up happening.
And we did have this kind of similar, all this stuff in place for these, like 2 weeks ago, we had an in storm. The week before that, we had a 1 in storm. It's just, the enormous 3.5 in storm just
Back to back.
inundated us.
All right. Excellent. Yeah, no, I know, we have the entire audience. Because I'm going to be very careful about, I just want to address you all, because I know there are a lot of concerns in this audience, and just based on my experience with other projects where we had issues, I just want to be conscious of everybody's time. So I am going to start with the audience. We're going to go in order. We're going to go with raised hands. Because I have this letter, I am going to start with Lisa Mazinski, if you'd like to come up and speak. And of course, name and address for the record.
Where do you want me to stand?
Are you guys done speaking for now?
Yeah, you
You
can-
guys be back, and then I will invite individual, because I want to make sure people from the audience are being heard on record.
Lisa Mazinski, 60 Oak Street, Douglas. We're in a butter to this project. This is also the Mazinski Living Trust. I just heard that there were wood chip berms there. They were not. And I took pictures the Monday before the last storm. I've shared them with the commission. I've shared them with the planning board. There was very little done to prevent erosion before that storm. I took pictures yesterday, and I want to ask all of you commissioners to go out and look at this site. These slopes, I've sent pictures, are very steep. They're totally unstable. And yesterday, when I took pictures, the hillside was, what do you call them, new basins or something that were created to, we're going to shunt water off the site. The shunting is curved right to the stone wall that is our boundary. So the solution is to put it on someone else's property. This is very unacceptable. I also heard that they would take some of your suggestions into consideration. That's not enough. And I want to know who in this town is the responsible party for deciding where this project goes and when. Because frankly, those pictures of Manchog Pond with that silt blasting into it twice now is unacceptable. There's a huge economic part of this town that is supported by that pond. There are 2 campgrounds. The water recreation in the summer is huge. And now we've got this silt on the bottom of it, and it flowed into Stevens Pond. And so because I live across the street, I've seen hundreds of trucks, either with crushed rock, or covered with material, I have no idea what it was. So I want to ask that that silt samples be taken and it be tested, because frankly, we don't know where that stuff is from and what it has in it. And I didn't realize that it was acceptable, the plans called for soil to be trucked in. And why there's such a difference in the elevation that is happening on that site is a mystery to me. Because other solar farms have put frames in, put their solar in, like Bagman's farm, right?
And Muscat in Uxbridge.
In Uxbridge. They didn't disrupt the fields. So there needs to be a lot more oversight. There needs to be who is the person who calls the shots here? Because I believe that this needs to be stabilized, that the work then needs to be stopped, and this needs, as I believe Art and the other engineers suggested, it needs to be re-engineered, because I don't see this water problem stopping.
Understood.
Through the chair.
Yep.
Ms. Mozinski, when you say you want the sediment tested, is there anything you want it tested for? And like
Like heavy metal.
Heavy metal.
heavy metals? Okay.
It's very fine. It's like, when it's wet, it's like quicksand. And you can remove it, but I don't know how much is going to be still left behind, because it's super fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board. She brought up a good point, and I do want to get through more audience members. I think we're going to end up scheduling a site walk. Is that something that anyone else in this room is interested in? Okay. All right. While I'm looking at my calendar to schedule that, who would like to speak next? Can you come and speak, and then, of course, name and address for the board?
Hi, Lori Hout, 41 Oak Street. So we're on the southwest corner on a small property, and we kind of get forgotten in all of this conversation, but we are seeing a lot of additional water coming down into our property, even prior to these major storms, following the cut down of all those trees back in, I think it was February. We have massive amounts of water that we never had before. You know, we've kept an eye on this. We've been living there for about 5 years, and it's just tremendous. We did also, the other day, I don't remember exactly which day it was, I saw some of this silt in the drainage. There's a drainage ditch that goes alongside the road on our side.
On Oak Street.
On Oak Street. It goes in front of Jesse Mazinski's house, and then it goes under the road in front of our house. But all in there, I did see this silt. It's obviously not as significant. But what I'm seeing also is, can I use the pointer for a second, just so I can show people?
Usually the pointer, as soon as
It's dead? Okay.
Well, no,
It doesn't work on a
works,
TV
but as soon as
screen.
it hits the screen, it just disappears.
Well, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So-
Yeah, please.
So like, right above our property here, like to the left of the 6 blocks.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So they've built that up.
Yep.
So all the trees behind our property and somewhat
In
to the
this area?
left or above the property,
Up here,
no, that's wetland, which I'm also worried about,
over here.
right there. All of that's gone. And so they've built this up behind the property, kind of parallel to Oak Street, from what I can tell.
Right.
And so what they've done is I don't know if it's the wood chips, but there seems to be a change in the coloring from one side to the other, and behind the wetlands on the Jesse Mazinski property, it looks like there's just dirt there, and I'm guessing that some of it is coming from there, but they've really raised the elevation there, and I'm worried about how that's going to impact us long-term. I'd also like to note that I did not believe, I was coming to meetings here like 3 or 4 years ago about this, and being a real pain in your neck. And I think Jeff Thomas, is it? Jeff from Beals and Thomas. Jeff Murphy from Beals and Thomas.
There we go.
He's the only one I recognize, besides you guys.
Yeah.
And, you know, I believe that they were not to be bringing in outside material, and if they did, it was supposed to be very specific material. It was supposed to be outlined exactly what it was. We went through all of this with Blue Wave, with a prior gentleman who was working there, and in addition to that, we were told that there would be very little grading, there would be no problem with the water, and we, all of us from up on the hill there, told them exactly how bad it was going to be. We warned them, and quite frankly, I really agree with what Lisa said. It's not enough for them to say that, like, we're going to work on this, we're going to try. It needs to be on paper exactly what they're going to do to make this better, because it was on paper before, and we told them that the water up there is a really high water table, and that we get tons of water. It's almost like we don't even know where it comes from, and they didn't believe us, and they didn't account for it properly, so it really does need to be re-engineered. Thank you.
Understood. Yeah, no, appreciate it. We will require an updated plan. So, thank you. And then I had one more. Yeah, come up and speak, please, and then name and address for the board.
Thank you. Phyllis Charpentier, I'm president, Manchac Pond Foundation. I live 20 Irma Jones Road in Sutton. which is the affected area of Manchog Pond. If you look at Manchog Pond, and I appreciate the gentleman being here from Blue Wave, but as others have said, this requires immediate attention. If you were there today, or you saw, or if you were there last week Monday, or if you go on the manchogpond.org, the Facebook page, you'll see the posts that are being put. The sediment, and it's one thing to have a disaster on Monday and to send a wetland specialist on a Saturday. In the meantime, the sediment, where the cursor is, that entire area, even more, it encompassed totally brown King's Campground, the state boat ramp, and all the way to the channel, to the old causeway. The old causeway was holding it back. So that entire area was brown all last week, and we saw like Thursday and Friday it started to calm down. There's been a huge flow because Mass Wildlife wants it to flow like a river, so when it rains, the dam's open. It's also our drawdown period to prevent flooding. And if you looked at it today, you'd say there's no drawdown because the water flowing in is tremendous. So we need an immediate response tomorrow. We don't have time for basins to be constructed. Today, there was a pump pumping out water out of a basin. There's a huge pile of straw bales doing nothing. There was new silt fence, and all the while, the water is rushing through that wetlands, through the woods, through the wetlands, and into Manchog. Last week, people on Stevens were seeing sediment along their shore. So this is far greater than what your wetlands specialist or scientists saw on Saturday. So I agree with the last speaker. We need a list of measures that are going to be put in place tomorrow. The people around Manchog Pond, the campground, the boat ramp, we're watching this brown water flow in. That wetlands, I have a picture that was posted on Instagram of a spotted turtle crossing the road at that wetlands. This was a pristine, untouched, undeveloped area, barred owls, wood frogs, the whole bit. It's the first place the spring peepers are singing, So I'd like to see a list immediately tomorrow. It's raining tomorrow. What are we going to do? Are we going to cover the site? Are we going to put those straw bales out? Are we going to pump out the existing basins? Get some tankers in there that bring in, that you can fill a pool with water, bring a tanker in and empty out some of those basins. And then, what are you going to do for Manchog Pond? That sediment's in there. Are we going to see in the summer, is it bringing in phosphorus and, everything from the nutrients from the watershed? Are we going to see a plant growth, weed growth? We've been doing
How much has that sediment been affecting the aquatic life?
Well, that's it, because it's a very healthy wetland area there between Boudiettes and, the stop sign on Parker Road. It's very healthy. So are you killing it? Are you killing that into the lake? Manchog Pond is noted for its clean water. We've never used herbicides. We try to manage that pond with even the little macroinvertebrates in mind. So,
But you have the permit, but you haven't, you have the permit, but you haven't used it yet.
we're going to be coming, because we're not going to use herbicides. We do diver-assisted suction harvesting. Our boat's being constructed as we speak. Parts are coming in from California. And we've expanded our water sampling. So that's my other question. Heavy metals in the soil's being brought in, but that's traveling through the woods, through, the water. So, is it picking up nutrients? Is it picking up manures? Is it going over, the Mazinski's fields? And, what's it picking up that normally would never touch Manjog Pond. There's a campground there that can have like 900 visitors on a weekend. Thank God it's not summer.
Right.
And then my other concern is where the driveway is on Oak Street, like 54, the Mazinski's house, Lake Manchog Camping, if water that's a steep slope, and there's a cold water fishery certified by Mass Wildlife, a stream that's in that woods that goes through those 3 properties that goes into a cove.
We're talking about the Sutton side or the Douglas side?
Douglas, we're on Oak Street, so
Yeah.
it's like 54.
Across from the driveway to the
driveway,
site?
a little bit diagonally down
Down
east.
here? Here's 50. Here's 54 right here.
So 54, then the next property, and then Lake Manchog Camping. There's a stream that flows through those properties. It's certified cold water fishery, so eastern brook trout, a very sensitive species.
Right.
And it goes right into that cove that you can
Over
see
here?
right there, yes, right there.
Right. Well,
So there's a basin that overlooks a gray house on Oak Street, and the water's about this much
yeah,
from
there
the
is,
top.
there is a basin down here by the road.
Right.
Okay.
And the water is about this today,
Today, yeah, and it's still raining.
okay? Right. So if that overflowed, it'd go right down those steep driveways, right into that cold water fishery and right into that cove of Manchog Pond. So, and last week, I never thought that I'd be seeing what I saw this morning. I thought last week you had all week to take care of it, and we knew rain was in the forecast. And here we are with another horrific Monday for Manchog Pond and Stevens. So that sediment's all in that entire cove. Sutton sent their Board of Health agent on Monday last week because of the campground.
Okay.
So water sampling, are we checking for bacteria? Are we checking for nutrients from the runoff?
Right.
Right, and then there's, Manchog Pond Foundation has secured 319 non-point source pollution grants. So on Oak Street, you have a couple catch basins. Those are from our 319 grant, where our grant paid for those to be constructed with the town. They're in Douglas. So who's going to clean those out? The flow is significant, so it's flowing right over the catch basins, right down to King's Campground, and it's flowing under the road there
Yeah.
at the campground into a pipe, another pipe through the campground into the lake. In the past, the campground owner has noted that nutrients, she's been concerned that nutrients will come through that water from, so I'd like to ask for a list of ASAP measures covering the site, whatever it takes, pumping out the basins so they can hold more, whatever you think. And then we need to be mindful of what could happen if the water got across the road, Oak Street, up
the
at the
other side.
driveway.
Yeah.
And then thinking of that cold water fishery, and then the cleanup, vacuuming out the wetlands. I'd like to see a list of cleanup measures that are approved by both conservation commissions before it takes place. Because approaching, an abutter, they're not going to know if that's good for their property. So I think that would be appropriate. But the measures have to take place right now.
Okay.
Well, you're in luck because the Sutton Concom meets on Wednesday. So this has been.
Thank God that
actually-
it's in
48 hours.
towns, because we can have
More people.
both, right.
All right,
So I
so,
appreciate everything. So Manchog Pond Foundation,
I have a question for Phyllis.
yes,
go ahead.
On your 319 grant, so 319 is the impaired waters list.
yes.
What is Manchog Pond listed for?
We have invasives, the fanwort
Yeah. So invasive species, fecal
invasive
coliform?
species. We're usually pretty good, but we're now testing in our watershed. We have quite a few hobby farms in our watershed, actually close to 30.
Okay.
So we're doing education there.
Nutrients, phosphates?
Nutrients, we do have, we were tested for mercury, naturally occurring. Other neighboring lakes were not tested, so we were singled out, but naturally occurring.
Interesting.
But I will say that Blackstone River Coalition has been testing the outlet between Manchog and Stevens and up at the inlet at Aldridge Mill Pond. So there's about 20 years of
Data from there.
data from that.
Yeah, so, because my cousin has, between myself, Eric Harris, who's not here, and my cousin, we have the 3 sites in Douglas
Okay,
with them. Unfortunately, our testing is done for the year.
yes. So my thought is that I've been talking with the coordinator, with Heather Penn. So I thought maybe we should do some testing,
Okay.
and certainly,
Yeah,
the company could sponsor that or support us in doing that independently through Weston and Sampson.
right, and they should do it anyways through their representative.
Right. But to
Understood.
wait a week or two,
Yeah.
you're not going to,
So,
no fish in their right mind would hang out,
No, they wouldn't. But, and then, I don't know if there's any freshwater mussels or. if there's
Yes, we
any-
have freshwater mussels,
They can't move.
very
So
common,
Once they get that veneer of sediment on them, they literally choke to death.
yes. And we have a freshwater mussel.
Yeah.
yep.
Crayfish, it's, Manchog Pond is a great place. Crayfish are common.
So I want to try to answer some of your questions. One, this is their list
Okay,
of things that they've already done or are doing. The only thing that they haven't done on this list is their straw mulch is scheduled for 12/22 or sooner. So question, are you going to be able to do the straw mulch sooner than, what was it, would be?
This Friday.
Yes.
All the materials are getting on site, and it'll be starting on Friday. We're waiting for deliveries of materials and all that.
Is it just because you don't have the material that you're not putting it down sooner?
I mean, it's a subcontractor. It's,
Could we request that we put down sooner? Like tomorrow?
I can find out for sure.
Please.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that.
because the disaster continues to happen.
It does. So anything that's not happening right now, if it could be happening right now, well, tomorrow would be good. So we would request that. Other than that, everything on this list is occurring.
Could that list be shared?
No, absolutely. This is from today.
Okay. And then would it be helpful, we have reports from years ago as to fish species, reports from Mass Wildlife, from DEP.
I think it's worthwhile to have, if nothing
I
else.
can provide that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
You
To,
know how to get in touch with me.
Yes,
okay.
okay.
And then the cold water fishery we'll have to look at. That's,
It hasn't been impacted to my
Okay.
knowledge because it's on the other side of the road and there was very little, there was some, I was talking with Karen Starrick, who owns Lake Manchog Camping. Her husband was sweeping up some of the sediment that had come into the driveway. So there wasn't any impact down those steep driveways,
okay.
but who would have thought we would have been where we are today?
And then
It's a
we can
potential-
talk about the sediment in Manchog Pond, because we just heard that there wasn't a mitigation. We should revisit that, see what, if we can ask for more to be done about the sediment in the pond. And then cleaning the catch basins, is that something that we would like the developer to do, or is that something that would be more efficient? Would it be faster if the town did it?
Which catch basins and where?
Oak Street,
The 3 on Oak Street?
as you go down, there's a flow on Oak.
And
So
so
it's
I mean, I'd
just
love to
flowing like
ask
they're not
the
even there.
contractor to do it,
So-
but if they're busy,
as a preemptive thing?
yes.
And I don't know how much
If there's
sediment went in
potential
there.
for overflow into the road and you want to try and ask them to do some preemptive, the thing is, how are you going to do that without the highway department?
I think Highway Department should do it. I mean, they have a
Right.
truck to do it.
They-
They bought a special truck to do it.
Yep.
And, obviously.
I just think that they're gonna have faster turnaround.
Coming in
Right.
onto a highway department.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we could ask
Reimburse or something.
Douglas
Douglas, this is in Douglas on.
to do those preemptive,
Yeah, but
This week.
like Mike was just saying, I don't think, you got to have the blessing of the highway department to do
Yeah.
that, right? So
the highway department has to do it.
that would have to be coordinated, and then it goes back to Lori's comment of, who's in charge, and who's taking the lead on this.
Right. And I know highway has, we've seen the highway trucks, both Sutton and Douglas,
Right.
driving by.
So in my
to-
position, I'm kind of like the liaison between Art Allen, who's the construction monitor, and the commission, and the question is, like, who do you want to take charge doing what? Now, Art is basically just, he has a contract to do so many inspections, write reports, come to Concom from time to time. You get beyond that and start recording that, you can have Art do it, but he's probably going to have to ask for a contract change. Or I could,
For him to look at the basin cleanout?
I can call highway.
I'm confused.
Adam Furno and ask him.
I mean, we can all call Adam Perno. He's very accessible. Thank you.
Art, I think Art,
I'm wondering why I need to go through Art to contact the highway department.
you don't.
Oh, okay.
You don't. I'm just stating right now, who's doing what.
Okay, so I think the highway department could clean the catch basins.
They could, yeah.
So is that something you can ask them to do, or that's something you'd like me or Phyllis to do?
I can absolutely request them on behalf of the conservation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Excellent, and then just, because I do want to move on to, we have other agenda items tonight. Does Blue Wave or the other project, do you have any responses that you want to give right away? Okay. Nope, that's good. Thank you for your time, thank you for being here. Is there anything else you wanted to cover with regards to Oak Street tonight? Oh, we got to schedule our site walk, okay. So I know we have day jobs, so I'm looking at Saturday, the 23rd.
I'll go up there before that. I can't do Saturday,
Okay.
Friday.
Your preference is Friday? Okay. So we're looking at Friday, the 22nd. Does that work for anyone else?
Morning.
Friday mornings. Would you want to go, do you want to go, Jim, or not? You just kind of feel, okay.
I mean, if I can fit it in, I would do it, but I can't do Friday or.
Okay. What time are you looking at, Mark, on Friday? And then how far do we want to site walk? Do we want to be on the construction site? Do we want to be while they're working there, or?
That's all we can look at.
Okay. And then, do we want Art to be there, or are we okay?
I would highly recommend that Art be there.
Okay, Art, what is your availability on Friday or Saturday, if that's what we have to look at? I'd like to have Joe.
Yeah, I have a conflict Friday morning. I could do Saturday if necessary.
When would you normally visit the site?
It's very flexible. I mean, minimum monthly if there's no issues, but given the amount of issues and rain events, I mean, I've been, it's been almost weekly in the last month or so.
Okay, so you're saying you could make Saturday work?
Right, yes.
I mean, if you have to do part of the commission on one day and part of the commission on the other day, you might be able to, well, no, you really can't, because this.
I can't have Art both times.
This has to be posted, because you're going to have a majority of the commission going.
Yeah.
So it has to be at least 48 hours from, say, tomorrow. So Friday would be fine, Saturday would also be fine. But it's going to have to get posted.
Mark, are you available Saturday?
I'll try to be.
Okay.
It's tough.
No, I know.
Days before our holiday, and
No, I know.
I just don't know.
Okay.
But I do want to see it.
No, I understand. I'm just
Try to.
trying to find something that works with
I will probably
Art.
on Saturday. If it's Saturday, I'll fit it in.
Okay. Art, what time works for you on Saturday?
Anytime.
What time do you think works for you on Saturday?
What about the developer? Can they be there and have times with them?
What's the earliest?
I'm available whenever.
Yep. We'll make ourselves available whenever you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, early is good for me.
Do you want to do something like 8?
Fine by me.
Okay. Is that
Yeah.
preferable? Okay.
The earlier the better for me.
All right. Nope. We're looking at 8 a.m. on Saturday, the 23rd.
Is the public allowed to attend and do that sidewalk with you?
If the public can obviously meet at the edge of the road, but going onto the property, you'd have to have the permission of the owner, and I can't speak for them.
Would the public be able to walk the site?
Would we have active construction going on? Yeah, so,
I think that we can get back to the commission.
yeah,
Okay.
because,
It will not be on an active site, which is important, but whoever is coming out, even if it's not an active site, we just like to make sure that everybody's dressed appropriately,
Okay.
safety,
Safety, yep.
and then we can get back to it, opening it to the public
Okay.
tomorrow
Thank you.
to
I
give you time to
appreciate
give
that.
notice.
Get back to you. I mean, even if we if we knew, who and how many, right? If we had it, that might help us kind of control what we're working on.
Yeah, we're interested.
Good. All right. Excellent. Yes, Lisa?
Madam Chair, we still don't have an answer as to who on the town side is in charge of this project. Who is the point person? Who do I call if I see a problem tomorrow?
You can call me, and I'm going to give you my card. So the way it's been working is Art Allen has been the point person for doing the site inspections and reporting back to the commission. And I've actually had very little involvement because things are going fairly smoothly, but now that there's a problem, I'm probably going to have to step up my game, and I'm the liaison between Art and the commission, so it might as well be me, because I'm the guy who's going to coordinate everything.
Yeah, the rest of us don't have availability during the day. Yeah.
Who speaks for the planning board? Don't they still have a role in this?
Absolutely.
Do you know who?
I do not know.
Who's the chair currently?
It was Tracy.
Directors?
Is she still Tracy?
That be the person that they should,
I think Tracy.
isn't he the point person?
Yeah, for everything.
Lisa, the answer is I don't know on the planning board. Thank you.
Yeah, the community planning director is currently out on medical leave. The chair just resigned, so, for the planning board, which is also Tracy, who is the chair of the Conservation Commission.
Yep.
If I could, through the chair, Art
Yeah.
Allen here.
Yes.
Haley and Ward engineers are inspecting construction for the planning board, and they've been involved. They've been sending their reports regularly to planning and conservation.
Okay.
So they've been kind of boots on the ground for planning board.
Right.
I actually have a question for Ms. Mosinski that I should have asked earlier.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Ms. Mosinski, so a lot of this sediment cleanup that's going to be happening is going to be happening on your land. Do they have permission to do this work?
Not until we see the plan on how it's going to be done and how it coordinates with Sutton.
I think that's a good answer.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Absolutely. Understood. So that's something that we need as soon as we can get it, obviously, is that plan.
absolutely. And when we do get that plan, do you want it to circulate to you guys, and then you'll send it out to anyone who's involved, or do you want us to directly send it to who we need to send it to, who's?
I'm going to go distribute some cards now.
Please do. I think that should go through the board, if you don't mind, please. I appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
mean, we need your approval.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're-
yes, yes.
So it's not, we're asking.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Come back.
Wednesday night, too.
Yep.
Madam
Yes, Shirley.
Shirley Mazinski, forgive me for not standing up, but my knees are not very cooperative today. One thing on your site walk,
You have my letter, right?
Yep.
not just on the road, but in where it's running on, but along the road, there is water seeping out of stone walls, and that's on Laurie's side.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's groundwater coming back up in those spaces.
It's flowing down, it's seeping
Did-
onto the roadside, and that's why that's where the sediment and stuff was coming into the drain.
Okay,
Further down, it's seeping out of driveways across from me and into the road and into the catch basins and all the way down into Lake Mancho. And it's just seeping off the fields, off the wood lot. There's nothing holding it back.
understood.
But mostly, right where the first sediment basin is in the field. And it's out of there and down the owner's driveway on the edge. And on the next neighbor, it's seeping out of their stone wall that divides them and into the drainage.
Okay,
There's a lot of water.
all right, thank you, understood. And yes, name and address for the record.
William Rossi, 41 Oak Street.
Yep.
Just wanted to add on to what Shirley was saying. There's currently water running directly from the site across my property, down the hill and into the street.
Yep.
Down my driveway, more than usual.
Okay,
And it's actually been disturbing some of the land in the backyard.
okay. All right, excellent.
Phyllis Charpentier has her hand up.
Yes, sorry, thanks again, Phyllis.
I was just told that Adam Furno has been contacted, and he'll take care of the catch basins on Oak Street ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. All right, excellent. With that, I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, everyone, for your time and your attention.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. CRG on Gilboa Street, DEP 143-1042.
Art Allen has an update.
All right, thank you. Art. Actually,
Hello again, Art Allen from Ecotech Construction Monitor for the Commission. So I was out, been on site last Monday with a report dated December 12th following the rain event a week ago. Noted some minor issues, some site-wide stabilization of road shoulders that have been finish graded, lack of stabilization and cleanup on the south bank of the Mumford at the new bridge location. Noted that the main detention basin, infiltration basin 1, was nearly full of turbid water last Monday. And that was all in my report from last week, with no clear plan to finish the stabilization, to clean up the south bank of the Mumford, stabilize that area. Subsequently, there was an email from Todd Morey, Beals Associates, the project engineer. He followed up on my last report on just today to say that there were a number of things on his plan that needed to be done relative to winter stabilization. Essentially kind of a bullet list of the things that myself and the project SWIP inspector have been talking about. Plus, he mentioned a potential problem with drawdown in that infiltration basin 1. And then I went back today while I was on the site during the rain event, noted some issues, provided a report dated December 18th, and essentially things got significantly worse in today's rain event. Basin 1 filled up, overtopped the roadway, washed out the slope of the roadway, washed sediment, turbid water and bulk sediment into Uxbridge, into wetland D in Uxbridge, overtop wetland D, and turbid water was flowing into wetland C within Uxbridge. So there was also, relatively minor, but still an outstanding issue. At the Mumford River at the bridge on the south bank, there was some turbid water flowing off the site roadway into the stormwater system and discharging into the Mumford, which flows downstream into Uxbridge also. But the major issue today was the blowout, overtopping and blowout of Basin 1, which is a significant issue. And, whether the design of that basin needs to be revisited, I'm not sure. I'm not an engineer, I'm a wetland scientist, but normally when, basins have emergency overflows or spillways, and if it was designed to overtop in the roadway and spill down into Uxbridge, it clearly wasn't built in a way that it was stable, if that's the way it was designed to function, because there was a major blowout in that area. So I believe some of the project folks are on, and you may want to hear from them, but again, that was all, I was there during the event, and not sure what they're going to do going forward, but you've heard from me, and there's been correspondence from their engineer about the issues leading up to today's problems, and you might want to hear from the contractors at this point. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you very much, Art. Yeah, no, I would love to hear from the contractors on the site, from CRG, from whoever's working that.
That's me.
Oh, yeah, please, come up and sit down.
My name is Robert Masker. I'm a superintendent for Clayco. So I did meet with Art today, and I witnessed the same blowout that he did. Of course, it got significantly worse after he left. It did take the road. It did take the structure on the opposite side of the pond. The pond is still intact. It is functioning the way it's supposed to, except for there was a mass volume of water today. So it did breach the road, and of course we shut down both sides so you couldn't get to that road, making sure that nobody would pass through there. Eventually it started washing over the edge, and it took out the riprap that was on the other side, and eventually the road collapsed on that one side. So we do have that shut down now. We reached out to, obviously, our team at the main office, and then our insurance people, because this is obviously going to be a builder's risk insurance claim. And I do know that I've seen Art's his observations before, and I did have guys there to stabilize this weekend and on those slopes, and unfortunately their equipment broke down, and I don't think they were, prepared to fix it and get it back running. They couldn't get it done. They worked on it a couple hours, couldn't get it going. And that wouldn't have done anything for this pond, but it would have definitely taken care of some of the other slopes. And then on top of that, there was I'm going to go down to the bridge. I have a hydrovac set up to go down and suck some of that sediment off that fence. And then, of course, we were reaching out to our civil engineer about what he wanted to do about the riprap down to it. And of course, that came out in today's report that Art has, so of what they wanted to do. We were really waiting on hearing on that from him because, like Art, I'm not a civil engineer either. So we were waiting on what he wanted us to do in that situation. We got that word today. We have all that lined up to do. Of course, now we have more for him to look at and decide what we're going to do. And obviously, we're going to have to take the road out in that area and bring that back up once he determines what needs to be done there. So it's not that it was falling on deaf ears, but I have to wait on the civil engineer, because once I start taking steps to do things without a stamp from him, then I'm taking the risk, right?
Right.
So that's where I was kind of waiting on him to give me what I needed to do, and unfortunately, this happened in the meantime.
Through the chair, who's the engineer again?
Todd Morey.
Todd Morey.
Is it just an individual? Does he have a?
I'm not aware. Unfortunately, I moved into this job to take over for another superintendent that moved on, and I'm kind of here to close it out.
Yes, name and address for the board.
Bob and Eric.
Okay.
Can you come up to?
Can you come up to speak, please? Thanks.
It's
Sorry.
Todd Murray of Beals and Associates.
Excellent, thank you.
How do you spell the last name?
M-O-R-E-Y.
Arik.
No, that,
I heard
which
two different
last
spellings
name?
at the
Which
same
last
time.
name?
Which last name?
Or the person?
Oh, I know Beals and Thomas, but Todd's last name.
It's not Beals and Thomas, it's Beals.
Oh, just Beals.
Different company.
I'm sorry to insult you, sir.
Morey, M-O-R-E-Y.
AY from Beals. Just Beals?
Just Beals.
Beals Associates.
Beals Associates. Gotcha.
Okay.
So, and I know that you're going to ask this, but because I do have to come up with a plan on what we're going to do to get this cleaned up and to get this built back. And believe me, my company is very on top of that sort of thing. They will issue this when I get it. You guys will get it. I deal with Bob quite a bit. I'll make sure that it gets distributed out on how we're going to do this cleanup, and we're going to get this built back right. So I know that there was talk of, they didn't know if the sediment had settled on the bottom of the pond. On November 22nd, 21st and 22nd, they ripped that pond down to the bottom, and they built it in with the sand the way it's supposed to be done. We have photos of all that, documentation of all that. So unfortunately, I can't speak if it was designed
Yeah.
the right way. I know it was built per design.
Okay. So I guess my question to you, since you're not the engineer, you're working the project, is there any other work going on that site right now besides fixing this issue?
There is inside. So they're doing the fire pump inside. They're doing the fire sprinklers. We're waiting on the power company to start pulling cable into the building. Unfortunately, we don't have a date for that yet, but
that's all inside stuff.
All
You don't have
inside.
any other work that involves construction equipment or clearing or digging?
they had finished that stuff
All
up
that
this
stuff's
week.
done.
The only thing I had left is I have sidewalks to go in on the outside of the building. Everything was graded for the sidewalks. Of course, there's some of that washed out today.
Yeah.
We're going to be regrading that. And then, but yeah, no, the final grade was complete.
Okay.
I lost the lion's share of my excavators. I have a small team there that was just going around and doing cleanup and getting materials off-site. They were done before today.
And now they have to go back out and clean it, or, well, you'll have to have a plan, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, thank you. So that basin was complete?
It was.
Okay. So, you understand that we're going to want a new plan that shows the basin not being built the same way it was before, because the one that was there failed?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I mean, I'll pass that along.
all right.
And obviously, they'll start working that way. I don't know, at this point, like I said, the building was literally turning over Friday.
Yeah. Right, so this is a different situation where we just talked about a project that had a construction sequence issue. This is not a this is, yeah, so we're gonna wanna see a different design, but,
Yeah.
all right. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaking to us, I don't, do you, oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
Mark, any questions?
I'm not sure that you can answer this question or not because you're new to the project, but you know what whether the soils that were underneath the basin were tested for their infiltration rate to see, and all the infiltration chambers and the soils under them, were they tested to find out what the infiltration rate of the soil was?
That I don't know about, and I will have to ask that question.
Because that's the issue. The water's not going in.
So last week, when they had the rain, it came to the top and never breached, right? And then in a matter of 4 hours, it was all the way back down where it needed to be, once the rain stopped. So,
It was.
yeah, and that was last Saturday. And so, and that's when Art came out and he seen that it was close to the top. It never did breach though, and then 4 hours after it stopped raining, everything was back down where it needed to be. But today, I think it was raining much harder, much faster.
I didn't know, I didn't realize the water had gone down. I thought Art's report that it had stayed up and hadn't gone down.
Oh, no, no.
It stayed there.
No, sir.
I thought that it had stayed up high.
Yeah, the standard is it has to go back down within 72 hours. So if you did it in 4 hours, that's great, but I think I can agree that with the amount of rain between last week, loading it up, and then today, just being the cherry on top, even with that, couldn't handle it.
Yeah, you saturated the soil, didn't have time for it to really dry.
We're just at the beginning of the season.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I mean, at my house, which isn't very far from there, I mean, we had 3.5 inches last Monday and 5 inches today.
Well,
So,
there'll be more opportunities.
exactly, I mean, that's not.
don't say that, don't say that.
Oh, I know. I'm sure you're ready to be done. All right. Any other questions for the board? All right, excellent, thank you.
We're going to get a plan of action and write
I
it?
will, as soon as I get that, I will get it to you guys. So
Okay.
we just, this all kind of blew up, what, Bob, it was 3:30, 4 o'clock when this all kind of really went. And so I've got it in the PM's hands and the civil engineer, so as soon as I have something, we will get it back out.
Okay.
But that should be the end of this week.
It should absolutely be.
Okay, so that's going to, you're going to distribute that to Art, and can I say to Art, then you'll share that with everybody else? Is that how you'd like to do it, Art?
Yep,
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But the plan, we'll see the plan by the end of this week. Okay. All right. Thank you. Next agenda item.
So I'll see you all on Saturday morning.
Yes, at 8 AM
All right,
on Oak Street.
have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your support.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Art.
Brian Keevan, the 41 Pine Street donation from 2014. Updates.
I don't know anything about it. I haven't heard any updates. I haven't heard anything about this, to tell you the truth.
All right, well, we'll talk about it sometime.
Okay.
But they need proper signage, and they have somebody to make the proper signage, and it was just a matter of, you know, we wanted to make the land accessible to the public to use the conservation land, and we wanted to have appropriate signage for it.
Okay.
It's something we were working with, so,
I think we'll also want to get an update from the Open Space Committee because they were going to talk about establishing
have the
the
action?
parking area.
Okay.
Because it was going to require some.
We were gonna do the sign,
grading,
and they were doing the
and they were
area.
doing that.
Okay, let's keep this on the agenda.
Yes, please.
Okay. And then the Lakeshore Drive enforcement order.
I saw people in the audience for that tonight.
Oh, I bet.
All right, can you provide a little background?
Well, The long background is that there was a lot of, we had some acute rainstorms over the summertime, mostly in August, that transported silt down Lakeshore Drive and into Manchog Pond through the Moran property. There was a notice of intent for hello, forgetting all the names. Goodison, Mr. Goodison, which was constructed. Since that time, I have met on site a couple times. Most recently, I want to say it was 2 weeks ago, I met Moran and Mr. Goodison on site. We walked around together. Mr. Goodison showed me some of the improvements that he's made to the area. He's created some scuppers that would take water off the road and actually direct it onto his property into some sand filters and other areas that would otherwise infiltrate the water before reaching a wetland. He also created a what I would call a water bar across the road that will intercept water from further up, like closer to where the Cahill property is, and prevent that from continuing down the road. From what I've seen, I was there last Monday after the big storm, after I left Oak Street Solar, and I did notice that, let me bring it, so this is Lakeshore Road right here.
Yep.
Okay. So what was happening is the water was running down, going around this bend right here, and then taking a turn right, somewhere around here, and then going into the lake. And from what I saw on last week and the meeting that I had with Mr. Moran and Mr. Goodison, who's created some scuppers, is that the water is coming down the road, but it's being directed offside onto Mr. Goodison's land. And at that time, anyway, I did not see any water going past this bend, which is good. So there's really just this section right in here, we can see the little cursor, that needs to be treated. While on site, talking to Mr. Goodison and Mr. Moran, we talked about the possibility of Mr. Moran using a bit of his land down in this general area here to try and create some kind of a sediment trap that would intercept any water on the road coming down the road, so that it wouldn't have to go down and into the lake through his property. That's the update. I think that it's been some good progress, especially on Mr. Goodison's side. It's not perfect. It's still in the process. I think Mr. Goodison will even agree to that if he's on tonight, he gets a chance to talk. But it's not 100% yet, but I think there's been some good progress towards solving the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's some notes in here about whether or not the work is jurisdictional because of its distance from the wetland. Is the work jurisdictional or not?
The portions that have made its way down to the lake, yes.
Okay.
The big question has to do with the Cahill land.
Okay.
So he's the one who subdivided into 5 lots on the south side of the road recently. Some of these lots have been sold. Some of them have not. My personal opinion on let's just call them the Cahill lots. Let's see, they would be 38-1, 38.1, 38.2, 38.3, 38.4, and 38.5. They're not all owned by Mr. Cahill now, but I think it's just easy to call them the Cahill lots.
That's fine.
right
This
now.
is the reference you're using at the time? Yep.
There was clearing of land on parcel 38.5. I saw that over the summertime. In the last couple of weeks, lots 38.3 and 38.4 at a minimum have been undergoing vegetative clearing, presumably in preparation for construction of single-family houses. That's speculative, but I think I can say that's a pretty good guess. My personal opinion is that despite the clearing that's going on, there isn't enough water coming off that site that's contributing to any part of the problem down in Manchog Pond. So that's That's my personal opinion, because all of these lots are outside of jurisdiction.
And I think I remembered having this conversation like a month ago about these sites not being a contributor. So what's the,
I disagree with that.
all right, please, Mark, go ahead.
I mean, they don't, the closest lot to the pond, the water from that lot goes to Lake Shore Drive. So
Yeah.
it would eventually go.
Would go to the pond.
And although the sediment from that is probably not reaching the pond, it's certainly contributing to
The water's
the
going to.
amount and volume of water and the speed of the water which is going down the road, which is increased and therefore is carrying the gravel from the road down towards the, again, that's just my opinion, but that's how I saw it when I visited. The other lots of the Cahill parcels, I don't think do. I think they go across the street. And so they go into the woods across the street, which eventually does go into a stream, which then goes down, but probably not impacting the pond.
Okay.
One thing I do know is this Lot 38.5 has been transferred to Mr. Goodison recently, so he's in charge of that lot now.
Okay. So why do we need any updated plans for the work that's being done here as a board? Right? If it's not jurisdictional.
I personally don't think that any updated plans or any plans in general need to be made at this point. It's just trying to get somebody to fix the problem, especially given the fact it's a private road. So, technically, each landowner owns the middle of the road, so you have all these different landowners, and you have to try to, it's kind of like herding cats.
It's just like Shore Road. No, we've dealt this. It's a
Right.
disaster. It's an absolute nightmare.
Right, so the fact that people are trying to solve the problem, I think, and actually doing work is a big positive here.
Has anyone gone back to Gear and Hanlon and said, hey, we submitted a plan that was supposed to work and it's got issues?
Is this the plan for Goodison?
Yeah, I'm looking at the plan and, so, I'm sorry, I'm looking at,
It's just a subdivision.
That's just-
plan
yeah, that's just an
on a
A&R plan.
town- Well, what they claim to be a town road, and the planning board approved it as a town road.
Right.
As being a town road, without requiring any improvements to that road. And so hence, we have the issue.
All right, so here's like
It doesn't meet proper grade, construction, anything. There's no drainage.
okay.
We also have Mr. Moran here tonight, if you want to.
Yeah, I do. I guess I'm confusing this with the long driveway project that we did a site walk on.
That should be Cahill, then. I'm not Cahill, Goodison,
Right.
at the bottom of the hill.
There's no problems with that driveway.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask.
Oh, okay.
Well, we had them pave that.
Right.
Yeah, he paved it.
Right.
So
Well,
there's,
The road is not. The road is gravel. It is going down the same grade.
Okay.
So it's carrying.
Sediments down to the pond. All right. Yeah, did we want anyone to speak on this? Invited. Yeah, please, come and speak for the group.
Good evening, members of the commission, Madam Chair. Thank you. For the record, Robert Moran, 56 Lakeshore Drive.
Thank you.
And first want to acknowledge that we did meet with Brandon and with Dave Cahill and Jack Goodison, both of whom are here tonight. And, Jack agreed to experiment and has installed he initially installed 2 culverts, and he has now installed a third one at sort of the bend.
yeah, like more up.
Yeah, a little further to the west, yeah, right about there. And I want to thank Jack for doing that. He is, actively seeking a solution, and appreciate that. I do have a concern that lots C, D, and E have been cleared. C and D, within the last 7 days, have been stripped. There's not a tree left on them, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
So you add to that Lot 4, which is where the house for Mr. Cahill is located, and Lot 6, where there's another house under construction, in the clearing of Lot E and the clearing of the project with the driveway. You're talking about 10 acres of clearing forested upland that essentially is all pointing down to our property.
Yeah.
And, you know, our engineer did highlight that it does collect on the road and it's channelized, and, you know, to quote the enforcement order from the commission, it says, "Unfiltered, uncontrolled stormwater with sediment is being discharged over land under, you know, over buffer zone, impacting the buffer zone,
Bank and
the
land.
bank and land underwater." Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So, you know, hopefully the commission stays engaged with us, and that we as property owners remain engaged. It was a positive, fairly positive meeting, but I am concerned that there still needs to be drainage improvements on the Lakeshore Drive that will limit the scouring and erosive flows that are coming down the drive.
Okay.
How are we going to go about doing that?
I mean, there's a homeowners association, which is Mr. Cahill and some others on the street, and you know, I think Dave needs to remain engaged and involved with this. He's sort of the common element to every piece of property. Originally, it was 22 acres, it was a single property, and he subdivided it and sold it all off. So he's sort of the common element to every piece of the property here. And I want to hope and encourage that he remains engaged and participates in the infrastructure that is necessary to protect the lake and all the residents that are on the street and are moving into the street.
Okay. Thank you. And so, yes, thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you.
So nothing else is jurisdictional, though? Do they go through any of the other boards?
You know, I asked if there was a land clearing ordinance, and there isn't in Douglas.
Okay.
So, being so far out of jurisdiction, there would have to be an event. Only takes one, but there have to be an event where water is observed entering the road from these properties.
Yep.
That is contributing to the problem down at the lake.
And just to reconnect on that point, we do have a consultant who provided a letter to the commission on July 24th of last year, of the summer, indicating that he had observed exactly that, and that the flows were coming from the road and the clearing activities. So we maybe take a different perspective on whether it's jurisdictional or not.
Okay.
Our attorney and our engineer and consultant have all indicated they believe it is
OHI?
jurisdictional. Pardon?
Is that OHI?
No, that was Paul Knappich.
Paul Knappich, yeah.
OHI also indicated that there was flows.
That's right, I
from
have
the
his letter
upland.
from July 24 here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any route that we would have to ask for a stormwater management plan for those lots?
Not to my knowledge, no. There has to be development of at least 5 of those lots. But keep in mind that it's all cumulative, so as soon as you get to the 5th lot, anybody who has refrained from doing stormwater management on the first 4 lots will then be compelled to do so, which becomes an absolute mess when property has
Sounds
been
like it, yeah.
transferred.
Yeah.
So the idea is try to get the contractors and developers to do that work now as opposed to later. And even then, remember, there has to be a trigger to, there has to be something that triggers Concom jurisdiction, right? So the stormwater standards under the conservation, the Wetlands Protection Act is only going to be triggered if there is an alteration to the buffer zone or a wetland resource area.
Which there was.
Right.
Through these properties, according to, you saying, the letter from Paul Napping.
Well, according to the video and photographic evidence and Art Allen's Ecotech report as well.
Yeah. So I don't think we have to wait,
Okay.
respectfully.
All right.
And I'll ask what the board's feelings are on that. I think it's foolish to wait, right? We know we're doing the wrong thing. Let's not do the wrong thing. I don't think there's any reason we just have to sit here and not talk about it if we know that we're heading towards a potential disaster. If we have contact information for any of these landowners or developers, could we please send them a letter? Could we draft together a letter and tell them, we think that the clearing on these lots is going to contribute. If it isn't, we believe that it's already.
Yeah.
And they're free to disagree and say that it's not.
Yeah.
If you don't think it is already, we think that it's going to contribute to flow problems into, is Manchog again?
Yes.
Manchog Pond. And then once we see the fifth property developed, it's going to trigger a need for a stormwater management plan. And let them know that that's the direction that they're headed. And if we could address it now, that would be great. If we have to wait until somebody's got to take legal action, if we have to wait until there's a small disaster to have a meeting about it, then we have to wait. But we could at least send them a letter and say, these are our concerns as a town, as a board, as a community, as people that care about this pond. This is, we're letting you know that you're going to need a stormwater management plan if anything happens.
No, I think they need a stormwater management plan.
I do, I just don't have a way to legally force them to do it right now.
Because until they hit the fifth lot.
Right.
They're on the fifth lot, aren't they?
Well,
They're cleared. That's development, in my opinion.
There's two houses already constructed.
Right.
One awaiting occupancy, and one, just a septic was put in this week. There's 3 lots that have been cleared. There's another house that was put in within the last 2 years. And so you got like 7 lots under development in a period of less than 2 years.
All right, then we need to ask for a stormwater management plan for Lakeshore Drive.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
So
I mean, there's nothing that says that the foundation has to be under construction for it to be called a development, to be developed.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it's clearing. It's cleared the sites to develop.
I think once you establish it as a lot, then that would satisfy that requirement. You've subdivided the land into 5 lots. You should have a plan.
I mean, you could make a lot and then you could turn it into a park, right? And then it wouldn't be an issue. But you've cleared them, right? So we have an impact. Yeah, so I think I'd like to ask if we can.
Well, I can write the letter.
Thanks.
But when you tell them, when I write in the letter, like, how do you want me to write it, saying the commission is
Requesting.
just requesting, not compelling?
Well, they're under an enforcement order, right?
No,
Well, they are. All of these lots,
they don't have an order. They're non-jurisdictional. I have no way to make them do anything.
There is an order.
No, there is an order.
well, there's an enforcement order.
Right.
Oh,
That was a wide cast net, just to make sure, like, everything and everybody may be pulled into it if necessary. When you're talking about, basically, you're telling them they need to file with the Conservation Commission. Is what you.
we are, yeah, yep.
But you're just requesting that they do so and include stormwater management, meeting the stormwater standards.
Yep.
And then we're just going to, and I can do that, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay. I'd appreciate that.
That's my job.
Yep. And then we'll update from that for the next meeting. All right.
Could I speak?
Yeah, name and address for the board, please.
Sure.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm Dave Cahill.
Hi, Dave.
Would you mind coming up to a microphone, Mr. Cahill? Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Dave Cahill.
Thank you.
we've been doing quite a few improvements on that road.
Great.
In fact, me and Mr. Goodison, right now that water doesn't even get, it's like 100 feet of driveway. Those lots are, I mean, they're clear now, but they didn't affect that road at all.
The clearing doesn't affect the road at all?
Well, I'm just saying.
Sorry?
I'm sorry, I said 10 acres.
But-
I'll be quiet.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's ludicrous.
That the land clearing would impact the roadway?
No, it's just that the water doesn't even get down to his place. It did that one big storm we had.
Okay. Where the
That's what
water
said-
gets,
Huh?
no, go ahead.
Yeah, so we get the road pretty much drained.
Okay.
I just put 2 culverts in, Jack just put 3 in. So we're working on it.
Okay. Great. No, we would just like to see that in a plan.
Management plan.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you've done may be sufficient.
Yeah, 'cause
for your stormwater management.
Me and
Absolutely.
Mr. Goodis monitor the, we put all the swales off now.
Okay.
He just put a culvert in the road where it washed
Yeah.
the road over.
No, it's
There's-
not pictures.
There's a mammoth amount of stuff that we've done,
Yeah.
but we'll just keep monitoring it,
Good. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, the improvement, if it's improved, that's great.
Yeah, no,
That's what we're looking for.
yeah, it's 10 times better than it was.
That's really good to hear. No, absolutely. Yeah, we want to look at a plan just to make sure, because
Yeah,
some of
yeah.
these large rain events are
Yeah,
a lot of water, as you well know.
I understand.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Yep, come on, name and address for the board. Hey.
I'm Sharon Moran, 56 Lakeshore Drive.
Yeah.
Just have a couple of things. First of all, I want to say the only reason this ended up before COMCOM was because Mr. Cahill would not respond, and we had water in the lake.
Okay.
So we also, I think, would like revisited this thing about the water not coming from the upper lots. We paid a lot of money to do an engineered plan that actually Brandon asked us to do,
Okay.
which clearly showed that there was water running down across the back of the lots and down. Yes, it did hit Mr. Goodison's berm.
Okay.
The volume of water that was coming down is ridiculous. And if somebody had come out today, his worker spent, if not more than 8 hours on that road, just smoothing out the gullies.
Okay.
But nobody came today. They come a week or a week later. But we have done everything that you asked for.
Okay.
You wanted an engineer plan, we had to do it anyway.
Yeah.
We got that. Brendan wanted an
Okay.
overview plan, we paid for that.
Yep.
And it clearly states in there that the water was coming down.
Okay.
Therefore, it's not to just put it on homeowners, which, to my knowledge, there's only 3 homeowners, because Mr. Cahill waived them all.
Wait, there's 3 homeowners
3
now.
in the HOA,
Okay.
with 3, that's it.
All right.
That is my knowledge, that there are 3. Everybody else in their PNS has it waived. How does
Okay.
3 people in an HOA sustain that road? Even if we're responsible for our midpoint down, you can't sustain a road like that. He's trying to walk out and leave this on people that are coming in that have no knowledge. I believe he did work on that road and put some drains in
Yep.
that the HOA knew nothing about.
Okay.
So this is a big thing. I mean, you can't just expect 3 homeowners.
No, but are you,
That's what we're trying to protect,
right,
the homeowners.
Correct?
Right.
There's like 3.
right, you're talking about homeowners who are in existing houses, not the development space. Correct, okay.
Well, they're part of the lots that we're talking about. They're part of the 7 lots that.
Yeah.
There's 3
The order has
there.
been waived. The lot next to her, who is her friend, has been waived.
Okay.
The lot next to them, who had a water problem, who Mr. Cahill did run some piping and it appears to have fixed it, they are not in it. The 2 lots that were just cleared this week, I asked him personally, was he in the HOA? Didn't say anything else. He said, no, it's not concrete, I'm not in it. So he knows something's going on, but how do you have an HOA and expect the road to be maintained? If there had been stormwater management in from the beginning,
Okay.
the volume wouldn't have come down. It may have still hit, Mr. Goodison's.
Right, but you're saying with the HOA is not going to be effective because most of the people are not part of the HOA.
Correct.
Okay,
And that's what's not being presented here.
okay. No, thank you for clarifying that. I was unaware.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you. Excellent. All right, so we just need to make sure that we include all the, regardless of whether they're in an HOA or not.
Yeah, so on the, let me go back to the map. So these 38.1 through 38.6 are the lots of potential here. Are these the ones you want me to send the letters to?
Yeah.
Okay. Any on, well, these are owned by, so you've got a Mr. Duggan, and I think this one's Goodison right here. So how about Mr. Duggan on that side?
Have those been cleared? Do they
There's a house on that lot, yes.
already?
Yeah, this entire road is changing at light speed.
I would include them.
Okay.
I would include them for information. They could explain whether or not they think they're part of it. All right. Thank you. Item number 4, request for certificate of compliance, DEP 1431054. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anyone to speak on this plan?
Yes, I'm on Zoom.
Yep.
Steve, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Name and address for the record.
Steve Balsavich, here on behalf of Land Planning, Inc., representing Raj Jeff, Inc., the developer of the residential lot at 48 Walnut Street, also known as Lot 1. As stated in Norman Hills, the record engineer for the project, the property meets a significant amount of the design aspects for the project. The tree line, sediment and erosion controls reflect what was proposed. Plan has been prepared that shows the septic system was installed per design, and the house was also constructed per the design plans at the correct location. Per Norm Hill's record, in the beginning of November, the site was hydro-seeded and stabilized. With respect to the recent rain events we've had, I took a site walk this afternoon and determined that no significant destabilization has occurred. That was around noon today. So there's plenty of storm after that, but at that time I did not see any significant erosion or destabilization from the project site. And I'd also like to note that the sediment and erosion controls still stand as of right now.
I can give an update.
Please do. Thank you, Brandon.
I visited the site, and I agree that the structural components are all in order per the as-built in Norman Hill's letter. But I would only recommend giving a partial certificate of compliance at this time because they had done some hydro seeding, but there's no grass grown, so the site isn't what I would call stable yet. And we're in the winter, so the grass isn't going to grow until next year. So I would recommend a partial certificate, not a complete certificate at this time.
Understood. Board? Okay.
I agree.
I'll entertain a motion to grant a partial certificate of compliance.
So moved.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Mike. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mark Greco, aye. Jim Foran, aye.
What's the partial for or to?
Because the grass
Until
isn't-
the grass has become established?
Correct. And the erosion controls have been removed.
Understood.
So here's the signature page that you can,
I'm waiting to hear Mark.
Then yes, for that.
Thank you for the partial. All right. Thank you so much. And is this written up as a partial?
I don't know, but it can be.
All right. Well, I'll check before I sign it. All right.
Well, it can be changed to whatever you want, because Jen drafted that. I don't know how she wrote it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Oh, that looks like Steve Balsowitz the younger. Okay.
Yes, it was. How are you?
I'm okay, Steve, how are you? All right.
Item number 5, 69 Woodland Road, DEP 1430932, map 237, lot 22, minor modification. Welcome, name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is David Sadowski. I'm the principal of DJ and Associates. With me today is the landowner, Eliza Silver. And we're here with some updated plans. We were before the commission a month ago. We talked about changing the house, getting it further out of the buffer zone, out of the impact area, reducing the size, the envelope of the building, and doing more of an as-built on the site to show that the, I think you brought it up, the silt fencing was supposed to extend along the top of the slope at the abutters. And also meet on site with Brandon, put up a DEP sign. All those things were done and pictures were taken. They were sent into the board. I do have some architectural plans with me today to show what the house would look like. If I could, Madam Chair, I could just
Yes, please,
pass
please,
them out.
please. Thank you.
A little bit better. I don't know. You already have them? All right. I didn't know. if you were
Okay, great,
prepared or
thank
not.
you. Nope, then we have them.
All right.
That's great.
After we met and we talked with Jen, we talked about being allowed to pour concrete at the structure. And we talked to Ken Frazier. Ken said that he wanted something on the new proposed plot plan that showed the setbacks to the building, and also that conservation was going to allow this new house to be used at the property. If I could, Madam Chairman, this was the original plot plan that we brought in to show how the house would set up. Then we put together another plan which would have an area for conservation to put a signature saying that we'd be allowed to use. That new plan, as it was talked about before, showed the setbacks to the wetland that weren't on there before. I guess the other plan was. And we were asked to do a few other things, like do a colored rendition over the Markinoff plan to show where the new house sat, and to update the site and do the site walk.
Which you did with me
Yes, it did.
2 Fridays ago.
Thank you.
And showed the site had been stabilized. This is the overview of where this house would sit compared to the other huge house that was going to be there.
Oh, okay,
All
okay.
right. So you can see that it's a lot less going back into, it was 71 feet and 79 feet from the stairs and from the building itself, and we're a lot further away. Our deck has been, it's smaller, and the house just touches right here inside the 100-foot resource area.
Okay, okay, so then you've just got that deck back there.
That's correct.
But you still have the garage, so does the garage connected to the house?
The garage is going to connect and come in over on this area, like it
Nice.
shows on the plot plan. And
Cool.
it's going to use the driveway that was approved by the commission in the same area.
Oh, so the garage is further back now? The driveway's a little bit longer? Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, it's going to be 2 feet and 2 feet because it's a 26-foot wall and the garage is 22 deep.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
See the other bit. The house will sit here.
Yeah.
And the bigger house was like this big. I've got a color code. The new proposed house is gonna sit in this area, and the other house sat all the way in this area here. So we're gonna, a lot smaller, only this corner, 1 or 2 feet is in the 100-foot. It's really just the deck and the stairs that are in the resource area now, as compared to this part of the house before, the walkway and everything else that was involved. I even think part of the driveway was.
Where's the, like the 100-foot
The blue line is the 100-foot buffer. So this much of the house was inside the 100-foot. Now this little corner is inside the 100-foot. So it's greatly reduced the impact of the project. Let's say, if I could. The
All right.
blue line is the 100-foot. This is the only corner of the.
So the,
It's just the deck itself.
Brendan,
The other is just as shown. It's going to be attached.
I'm just going to ask for your thoughts.
My thoughts are that this project meets the DEP policy for a minor change because they're reducing the footprint of the house. The grading associated with it, I don't think is going to be, that much different than what it was before. And the biggest thing is that the limit of work, that is the farthest extent of work, hasn't changed at all. So it's all work being proposed within an area that was already approved for work, and they're reducing the footprint of what they're doing. So I would recommend we call a minor field change, and, yeah.
Board?
I think it's a minor change, but
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It's really no, you can vote on it if you want to make it official, but it's really not necessary. What is necessary is Ken Frazier is asking for conservation members to sign off on his end,
Yeah,
and he provided this for you. So
okay.
if you could sign.
So I don't need to sign this, I need to sign that with the
Yeah,
plan.
sign that with, and that same plan is attached to it, and that'll give the building department authorization from the Conservation Commission to let him
Okay.
move forward.
All right, will do. Thank you. Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve 69 Woodland Road as a minor change.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Mark, seconded by Jim. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Garfor, aye.
Jim Farr and I.
Change your mind.
Thank you. So we'll get that signed.
Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely,
Thank you all, appreciate it.
absolutely. All right, next one. 631 North Street.
Before you get into this
Yeah.
next hearing, so the forms are halfway up for the pouring of the concrete.
Okay.
Brandon, want to see the forms and they're all the way up, or we just put the forms up and pour the walls? I don't want to do any actions on the site without conservation.
I'm not very concerned about it, given what we just talked about, a minor field change, so.
Okay.
So go ahead and do your thing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, I just want to make sure this project stays above board and nobody else.
I ended up bringing this.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we have some of these, okay.
Awesome.
Good.
Thank you again.
There you go.
All right.
This is just in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. And
Welcome. Name and address for the board.
Tanya Marcano, 31 North Street.
Okay.
Amen.
Okay, so
So the
Let me-
video is on the one that says city?
would you like me to do the video?
Yes.
Okay. I will do the video. How do you want to open this file? Media player. Okay, let me hit that, and then I will share. Here we go, share screen. And, yes, thank you. Where is it? Okay.
So in this video, I am showing where the work was done, the recycled asphalt. It's not playing. Oh.
Is it supposed to be sound?
No, the sound doesn't matter. It's
Okay.
just what I'm showing.
Okay, so you're showing the material.
I'm showing the material of the recycled asphalt and see how I'm wiping it away with my hand when it rains. He did less than an inch.
And it's on top of what was grass?
Yes.
Okay.
And he did less than an inch, so he removed the grass. And it was incomplete because by the time Kenneth showed up, everything stopped that day. Nothing has continued ever since.
Okay.
But what I'm showing is that there's less than an inch there where I can just clearly clean it off myself when it rains. When it rains, it just softens it up enough where I can just move it away with my foot or anything like that. So water is penetrating through it.
Okay.
Now, because there was so much grass growing through it, I ended up throwing on the other side. I left that side like that so that Kenneth can see it.
Okay.
And then the other side, there was so much grass that I ended up throwing that type of stone, which is 1 inch minus green stone.
Okay.
And that is porous, because I called the company, and they told me that it was porous pine and stone. That's where I purchased it.
Oh, locally here?
Yeah, right across the street from where I am.
Okay.
Yeah. So I am asking that I keep the 1 inch because I can't find the guy to finish the job. He took off on me.
Yep.
It's less than 1 inch. It's basically stone sitting there. It's just, you can move it around. When it rains, you can move everything around. And there's pictures there of how it looks now, Brandon?
Mm-hmm, yep.
The before and after pictures, if you can show her that.
Okay, I'm just transferring all this stuff to my computer right now, so I can have it. Okay, what would you like me to show now?
The before pictures?
Before picture?
Yeah.
Okay, let me share that. Square screen, and right there.
So that is what it looks like before.
Okay.
Oh, yep. I'm familiar. Okay.
Yes. So basically, I took all that grass and I removed it, but I didn't, so where the two circles are, that I did myself with a tiller, a handheld tiller.
Okay.
And I ended up removing it, and then I threw the 1 inch screen stone on top. Now, on the long way, where I did the recycled asphalt,
Yeah.
there I threw it on top of the asphalt because there was so much grass growing right through the asphalt.
Okay.
Can you show her the
I
after
think
pictures?
it's the other side of the house.
Excuse me?
No, it's the other side that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
now I'll show after picture.
Yeah, I remember talking about this before. You wanted more parking space. Is that why you took out the grass?
Yes, because my kids, they're all big. You know, I have one in the Army, one in the Navy, and every time, and they have a lot of friends that come over, you know, and there's always, I need parking. I don't have parking. So you see where the stone is at?
Yep.
So that's the front stone. I didn't put any recycled asphalt. I did that with a tiller myself, and I just threw it on top. Now, on the long way, that one has recycled asphalt underneath, but there's so much grass that grew that I threw that. I ended up purchasing the 1 inch minus green stone.
Okay.
So, you know, it's less than an inch of recycled asphalt where you can, once it rains, like today, I probably would have been able to rake it all out because it was raining so much.
Yeah. Okay. So then I may have missed this piece.
So
we are looking at this.
basically, I'm being
yeah.
asked to remove the asphalt.
Yeah.
When it's,
Or submit an application.
or submit an application
That's how it was left.
Filing.
to
Okay.
finish it.
Okay.
Well, like after the fact, approve it.
Right. Because this was listed as a potential violation because you did the work and there wasn't a filing.
Yeah, the whole thing about this is
Okay.
the work was done within the 200-foot riverfront area of the Mount.
Right, this is across the
The
street.
contractor unfortunately didn't pull a permit.
Correct.
And now I can't find them to finish the job because,
Understood.
Right, so a cease and desist letter was sent,
All right.
and how it was left last time is that Ms. Marcano will email Brandon a written plan for restoration, but that's just one option. So the way it was left off last meetings as well, there was material, new material put in the 200-foot riverfront area. So either has to be restored or Ms. Marcano has to apply for it.
Okay, so even with the porous rock material, she would need to submit a filing.
It's technically...
It's new material.
Yeah, it's technically fill material.
Okay.
And, you know, Ms. Marcano states that it's pervious.
Right.
So that's up for debate on what you think about recycled asphalt as being pervious or not, but that's what she's saying it is.
Right, no, and she has this piece here, so, no, there's supporting evidence, but what we're missing here is a filing for the material.
That's how I remember it left off last time.
If she wants to keep it.
If she wants.
Right. Otherwise, it would have to be restored back to lawn,
Whatever the prior condition was.
so the before picture, where it's a lawn, where it's grass. Yeah. Okay.
but then I'd be parking over grass and.
No, I understand. I just, that's why we want to make sure we're clear about what the options are here, is to keep the stone, you'd have to have a plan that says, I'm going to have this stone on the material. You know, you could say in the plan, I'm going to take off the asphalt and I'm put the stone in, then, and you could include something like this that explains the stone, and file that. Or if you don't file anything, you have to put it back exactly the way it was in the before pictures. It has to be a lawn.
Oh, okay. So I'm basically filing for a permit.
Well, this is for the commission to decide.
Because the work is already done. I'm a little bit confused.
Yep, you'd be filing after the fact. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So the question is, to the commission, if she was to do a filing, what would that filing be? Would it be an RDA or would it be an NOI? But, you know, I can't decide for you.
It would be,
I would say that this work is greater, is in the outer riparian zone, so 100 feet to 200 feet from the river. So.
correct. So I would think it would be an RDA.
Over 100?
Yeah.
No, it's riparian zone. It's, so
Yeah, so
it's within the 200.
It's between 100 feet and 200 feet from the river.
So it's outer riparian. So we would assess for impact, particularly like, assuming that it's going to be the stone that is pervious, which is, again, something that we would have to kind of make that call on.
But that green area, oops, it's gone.
I
That
can
green
bring it.
area on the right,
Because we would want her to submit an RDA if we think that we're going to go with a negative. But if we think we were going to say a positive, then we'd want her to just start with the NOI. Because I wouldn't want her to have to file twice.
And another thing is, I already filed something, but I'm not sure what it was, but.
Okay.
Filed an RDA.
She did, that's right, she did.
For the, and we
She
said it
did.
was a positive.
And you said it was a positive, so she has to file a notice of intent. Thank you for the reminder. This was
Yeah, but
slightly
that
before
filing
my
was for
time.
the asphalt. That filing was for pavement.
Yes.
Because I was here for that one.
I was not.
And we said, okay, no, so, okay, thank you. We said that it was not a minor impact because she was going to pave it. And we said she was increasing the amount of non-pervious surfaces within the 1 to 200 of the zone.
Okay.
So if she wanted to do the asphalt, like paved, she would have to file an NOI to go forward with the plan because we've issued a positive.
Okay. So,
She would have to file a amended?
well, she hasn't even done that yet.
No, I know, I'm saying she filed, she would have to amend it to be for the rock to hopefully get a negative, because right now what
You
she
can't-
had.
You can't amend an RDA. It's-
Okay.
It's a one-shot thing. And then, you know, this is part of the reason why I think it's important to talk about your opinions on recycled asphalt because it's still asphalt, it's not the same as like bituminous. So I think that's a good discussion point.
So I don't think recycled asphalt is pervious. I think it's impervious. I think gravel, though, the 1-inch stone or whatever she's using is a pervious material. So for me, I'd be fine with her with what she did in the front yard because it's stone, right? But the recycled that's the driveway on the left would have to be changed.
To the stone?
To the stone.
Yeah, so she'd have to pick up the recycled asphalt and put the stone down. And that would have to be in the new, it would have to be a new filing, because the old filing was for something different.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
That's just my.
Nope, I like you, because that's the direction I was
Recycled
going.
asphalt it's definitely not,
It's loose because because it was installed wrong.
He didn't finish the
Heat
job.
up and become a solid surface. I've
And
seen where in the summertime it congeals because it's recycled asphalt and it becomes a hard surface.
And it usually does, and I think,
The only reason why mine's is not hard is because when Kenneth showed up, he had just put down the first layer. And
He didn't
that's where they
finish it.
stopped. That's the only reason why you can actually move it around, kick it around, and do all that. That's it. But if he would've did the 3 inches that he said he was gonna do, then it would've been
It
nice
would've
and
packed.
tight, and he would've sealed it. He was supposed to seal it. None of that got done.
Yep.
He only
So that
did one
means
layer.
it'll be pretty easy to pick up, it sounds.
I can actually
Remove it.
move
make
it myself.
take it off,
I
Yeah.
can remove it myself.
And replace it with stone, and then I'd be fine. Because I still think you're meeting the objective of aquifer recharge when you have just, larger gravel.
so the thing and I want to make sure the board is on board, because I don't want this to go sideways, is what Mark said. I would be okay with a new RDA that stated that the recycled asphalt material was going to be removed, and it would show all the space that she plans to put, or has already put, this stone material. So you would take out the recycled asphalt and then put the stone material there instead. And then you would show that on your filing.
Yeah.
So it looks to me like the recycled asphalt is on the right-hand side, like in this area?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
And the stone is in the front of the house and on the left side of the house?
Right, but there is only stone, not recycled asphalt in the front. Only
Yeah.
on the side of the house.
So there's just, this is stone and this is stone.
Yeah,
And the recycled asphalt is over here.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you would have, let me get this right, if you were to file a new RDA
Yep.
saying you're going to rip up the recycled asphalt and replace it with stone,
Yep.
that could be done through an RDA and not an NOI.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. And then she would need to include the stone that she's already put on
Oh,
that
yeah,
same
and
filing, because
also depict that,
it needs to be
so it's all
buttoned up in the filing. Yep. That's what I would want. Okay. Great.
all right, file an RDA.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, great.
Do you want to take a vote on it, or you don't have to, or?
You don't need to, not at this point.
I'll take the key back.
Oh, yeah, here you go. Yep,
Thank you, Brandon.
you're welcome.
735 Wallace Street, site plan?
Just 35 Wallace Street. All right, so Ken Frazier tipped me off to a potential violation. There's an old notice of intent at this site. Yeah, I'll just, I got a whole bunch of pictures here that I can pass around. There you go. That'll bring some stuff up on the screen. Let me go here and find the site first.
It's like a tree. Oh, those trees got cut, yeah.
Let's just start with that one.
Wallace Street.
Yeah. It's that site right there. So it was a site of, there was a house there that's no longer there, and they're in the process of rebuilding. And it's a notice of intent that happened, let's see, File 143-1020. It was issued on May 24, 2021. Let me bring up the site plan, maybe help jog everybody's memory.
I feel like my memory is already jogged.
Good, good. 35 Wall Street, right. And color, yes. Oh, why is my computer doing this? I have no idea. It won't open up. It was opening up files earlier tonight, and now it's not, for reasons I
Oh, yeah, no, my memory is completely jogged, and I remember
Right,
all of
so
it.
I'm at a little disadvantage because this was
Before your
project
time.
Steve Zisk saw, but
We talked about this boathouse at length.
yeah,
Ever in the pilings and the,
Yep.
yeah. So
changed.
So are these non-jurisdictional trees?
no, they are very jurisdictional trees, like very, very close jurisdictional trees. That I don't know if they were part of the original approved plan or not, but this is all very recent work that looks very suspicious. So therefore, I was asked to go check it out, and I'm bringing it to you now.
All right, well, the tree has been cut from the picture.
Not just the tree, but did you see the pile of wood chips and
The tree has been cut and chipped.
yeah. And the chips are piled up next to the BVW.
So there's a site, there's a storage area now. So we don't have this. You went out there?
Yes,
Okay, great.
yeah.
Where is the,
On this plan,
where's the pile?
the pile is right over in this area.
So
right
it's
here.
not, oh, it is on the way down,
Yes,
on the
all
way
the-
to the boat ramp. Yep.
Correct, it's all the screen is BVW, it's all right in here and in this area over here as well. On the
Okay.
other side of the.
Yeah, and we were very particular about where that limit of work was going to be.
Yep, there's your pile. So that pile right there, you see those trees, that's all in this area right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
There's a list of trees to come, to be removed.
Yeah, see, this is where I'm unsure because I wasn't involved with the permitting of this, but it's very suspicious, so Ken Frazier had me go down and check it out, so now I'm bringing it to you.
Okay, great. Whoever's going to speak on this, please come talk to the board. No? Nobody's? No? Okay. Nobody's speaking on this. Great. Cool. What kind of tree is this?
Can you see?
So we're going to continue that issue, number 7?
Well, do we need to give them a cease and desist? Like, do we need to tell them to stop cutting trees? Did you already tell them to stop cutting
I
trees?
haven't told them anything yet until I brought it to you, because I'm afraid that because of my lack of knowledge of the permitting process, that I'm going to tell them to stop doing something they might already have permission to do, and the commission's collective memory would know better than I.
Okay, so the commission's collective memory says they're going to build a path down to a boathouse, and they're going to remove these trees.
Mm-hmm.
Did they come to us for site review before they started cutting the trees?
Before my time, I don't know.
But you said that it was recently cut.
Right, and the only reason I know about it is because of Mr. Frazier.
Okay.
I would say that, I mean, all of our permits say that they should notify us like 72 hours advance of what the work is going to commence, doesn't it?
True, but they've been working on this site for quite a while, so that might have already been done.
Can we figure out what kind of tree this is? Because that's relevant, actually. I feel so silly about it, but I mean, in the plan, they called out which trees they were.
Oh.
And in order, this is clearly the removal of a live tree. They said we're going to remove 62 live trees.
Mm-hmm.
So these, also, I kind of want them to stop because they don't have, the original plan from our binder, they don't have a stockpile area. So I'm kind of already in a place where they need to stop this work.
Right, they did, I know, that I can tell you.
Because they
didn't have-
can't
they didn't show
stockpile,
area.
they can't be stockpiling there. They need to fix the stockpile. They need to come back and tell us where the stockpile, if they're going to make a stockpile, they need to come back and tell us where the stockpile goes. Because it needs to be not where it is. So that, with the board, assuming that we have your blessing, they could do. As for whether or not they could remove these trees, the tree maintenance summary said that they were going to restore pathway access to the water by removing 62 live trees. And then to restore visual access, they were going to remove 15 live trees, which were all fir trees and princess pines. So that's not that one. So it's definitely going to be, I'm on section 7.
Yeah, so we're in.
Yeah, I know.
No, 6, here's 7.
There's 7.
Yeah.
So flip that open.
Yeah. Yeah, all of these guys.
So this has to be removal of a live tree, because this looks live to me, because they were going to remove. Then it's got to be something on this list, which it could easily, because they got 2 ashes, 2 birches, 16 hemlocks, 5 maples, 4 pines, 26 princess pines, which is the little saplings, and 7 other saplings.
Can we request a meeting of Brandon and for ourselves
Yeah, okay.
and the applicant as to have them tell us and confirm with us which trees they're removing and which trees they...
Yeah, I really would have needed a picture of this tree in context. I guess there's one in there that looks like it's got some, but they said they were going to cut down a bunch of trees.
Concerns about what's going on.
They drew a pretty picture of all the trees they were going to cut down.
This would also be a good an opportunity for the contractor and I, at least the contractor, to give me a tour around the site and explain what's going on and what was approved, and I can follow along with the orders, conditions, and the plans in order to understand what's going on.
Okay.
All right, so I can make that happen.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so we're definitely concerned with the stockpile.
Yep.
And the trees were just, I'm unclear from what I have whether or not these are the trees that are on the plan. Their plan was very good, which is why we approved it. We're just not sure if these are the trees in the plan. Okay, great. So we don't need any further access. I'm not sure that there's, well, I don't know if I'd consider the stockpile a violation, but once we determine whether or not the trees are part of the plan, then we can decide if we need a remediation plan, if it's just for the trees or if it's for the stockpiling of the trees. Cool. Thank you. Really helpful. And yes, you should have a walk of the site. They were very welcoming to us when we went to that site.
It's good to know.
It was, the whole meeting went very well. They're doing a lot of work, but the whole meeting went very well. They put signage up for us, they offered us beverages, they were all there.
Donuts?
There were no donuts.
Was it more than
Sorry, we're getting off.
worth of?
There were not more than $50 worth of snacks. Okay. New business, number 8, 7 PM, abbreviated notice of resource delineation for Otwood Investment Court LLC, 33 and 38 Caswell Court.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Where's a good place to set this board up?
No, apparently nowhere.
Well, you know what, the best place for you to talk is into that microphone over there, so why don't you put it over by Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Camera won't catch it.
Oh, the camera won't catch it, so where's a good place for it? Right there, right there.
Okay, great, thank you, Margaret.
Okay.
Speak loud.
I can typically hear Margaret.
For the record, Margaret Bacon, I'm a professional wetland scientist and engineer with Allen Engineering. And I'm here with Gary Carter, project manager. And we're here representing Otwood Investment Corp. Regarding the proposed development of an 80-acre parcel at the end of Caswell Court. So just to get your bearings, does everybody know where I'm talking about? Okay. So what I'll do then is, this is just kind of a brief introduction of, the site. So here's Caswell Court. Here's that beautiful old building right at the terminus. And here's the wetlands that I flagged. I flagged them last year, and I went back out again this year to refresh the flags in preparation for this annual. So I know this is a process. Before we get into any type of design, we'd like to get these wetlands obviously set.
It's 10,450 linear feet, so that's about 2 miles.
Correct.
Yeah. So my recommendation, Madam Chair, is to lessen the burden on the general taxpayer, because that's basically how I've been being paid, is through the general fund. I recommend that for this one, I provide the commission with a proposal to do 53G peer review.
At a peer review?
At the applicant's expense, which the commission is allowed to do.
Understood. Board, what are your thoughts and feelings? Not your feelings, actually, just your thoughts. We'll limit that.
Yeah, I recommend we get a quote from Art Allen, and if we need to, others, to find out how much that would be, and then have the applicant pay that.
Okay. Do we need to vote on that?
Yes,
We do.
I would.
All right. I will entertain a motion to request a quote for a peer review of this site marking demarcation for the project at 33 and 38 Caswell Court.
So moved.
Motion made by Joe,
Second.
seconded by Jim. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farr, aye.
Mark Monty.
Thank you. And just out of my curiosity, how close are we getting to the Mumford here? I feel like I remember it running through that vicinity.
Well, we have Caswell Brook,
Okay,
the rear of the property there.
okay.
Where Mumford River comes
That
in.
that ties into the bumper, yes, at the back end. Up
Yep.
Potter Road, which is up towards the Sutton end almost.
Okay. Yep, I can see that in the context map. Nope, I was just curious.
And we're keeping the development this side of all of that.
Perfect. All right, awesome. Yeah, so we'll get a quote for a peer review, and we'll proceed from there.
Sure, so once you get that quote, you'll send it to me?
Yes?
Yeah, and then I can coordinate with,
Art. Yep.
okay,
Awesome. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Gary Goff's getting popular again.
Well, I can't convince him of that. I was trying.
Item 9, public hearing notice of it. Oh gosh, I never opened the public hearing. I should not know that, it's still an ANRAD.
It was the first one we do. It's the first one we've done all night.
Yeah, it is.
Well, you never opened it and you haven't continued it, right?
Correct.
So just go ahead and do it now.
What, the public hearing?
Yeah, just
Yeah, do I have the legal notice?
the legal notice.
That pile.
Yes.
I'm just going to read this, so.
Legal notices. This one's for, yep, here you go.
Okay, great. Town of Douglas Conservation Commission, 29 Depot Street, Douglas, Mass. Legal notice for public hearing pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. The Town of Douglas Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on December 18th at 7 p.m. for an ANRAD application filed by Otwood Investment Group located at 33 and 38 Caswell Court for work to be done pursuant to the Town of Douglas Wetland Bylaw and Wetland Protection Act. Mass General Laws 131, Section 40, the proposed work involves requesting a review and approval of the wetland resource areas on these parcels. Public participation will be available by attending the meeting at the Town of Douglas Municipal Center located at 29 Depot Street, Douglas, Mass., or pursuant to Governor's March 29, 2023 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Laws 30A18. The public may participate in this meeting via remote participation. A website for the meeting will be provided on the conservation agenda posted on the town's website, douglasmat.gov, at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Copies of the ANRAD application may be examined electronically by contacting the Conservation Commission at 508-476-4000, extension 205. I will entertain a motion to close the public, to continue the public hearing to, do we have another one in December?
No, but the
It's January 8th.
January 8th.
I'll entertain a motion to continue this public hearing to January 8th at 7 PM.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Mike. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mark Greco, aye.
Jim Farnay.
Mark Mangumali.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the next one we're opening is Deer Crossing Woodland Road. Town of Douglas Conservation Commission, 29 Depot Street, Douglas, Mass. Legal notice for public hearing pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. The Town of Douglas Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on December 18th, at 7 PM, for a notice of intent filed by Deer Crossing Development located at Woodland Road, for work to be done pursuant to the Town of Douglas Wetland Bylaw and the Wetland Protection Act, Mass General Laws 131, Section 40. The proposed work involves proposed extension of Woodland Road, which involves a wetland crossing. Public participation will be available by attending the meeting at the Town of Douglas Municipal Center located at 29 Depot Street, Douglas, Mass., or pursuant to Governor's, we don't even name the governor anymore, pursuant to the Governor's March 29, 2023 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law General Laws 30A18. The public may participate in this meeting via remote participation. A website for the meeting will be provided at the conservation agenda posted on the town's website at douglas.gov at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Copies of the NOI may be examined electronically by contacting the Conservation Commission, 508-476-4000, extension 205. Welcome.
Okay, for the record, Margaret Bacon with Civil Site Engineering for this project. And also the applicant is also on the Zoom call, Jack Nealon with Deer Crossing Development. So this is, I'm sure you're familiar with the Woodland Road project. It's been kind of ongoing for a while. So this is the final phase of that project. And this is the extension of Woodland Road through, there's one more wetland crossing to the other upland area for this project. So this NOI is just for the wetland crossing only. And this project was permitted before with a different design, and the applicant, Jack, had talked to Steve Zisk, or actually Steve Zisk approached the applicant about, kind of modifying the original design, which was, concrete walls and a bigger culvert, and to see if there was something else that we could do. A little softer approach than the typical, 10-foot-high concrete walls with a big box culvert. And so Jack got a hold of me, and I tend to, I've done several of these already, and I tend to think, we can tie in, bioengineering and come up with a site that's just as stable as concrete and riprap. So to begin with, the most important part is the drainage analysis, and I know you talked about drainage and stormwater, and and if you don't get this right, and this is the basic, then you're going to end up with a product that's wrong, and I see that all the time, so because when you do drainage calculations, you have to make assumptions, and there's different variables you use depending upon the size, the soil, and terrain, and all that stuff. And so you really need to go out there and see what you have. So just briefly, and I won't go into this too deep, but here's the watershed size. It's about 6 acres. Now, I'm pretty comfortable with this. It's not a very big watershed, because I went out there and I walked that whole site. And so it's basically a bowl. So that tells me we're not going to get a whole lot of water from this watershed because it's just not that big, okay? And then, so here's Woodland Road, and here's Old Farm Road, and here's where the culvert is. And I think this is Tinkerville, right down here. And so anyway, so there is a wetland up here, wetland complex that flows down here. And so I did the stormwater calcs for an 8-inch storm event, and I designed a box culvert that's in the NOI. It's over on this sheet. It's 7 feet wide by almost 5 feet high. It does meet the the stream crossing standards, even though it's an intermittent stream. I was able to design it to meet the openness ratio and the bank width condition. So what we're doing here, here's coming down Woodland Road, and then here's the wetland crossing, the box culvert with wing walls, and then instead of the typical, concrete retaining walls here, we're doing 2-to-1 slopes and vegetating the slopes. And towards the bottom end of the slopes, I plant shrubs that, like their feet wet, wetland shrubs, and then as the higher up the slopes you go, the drier it gets, and you plant different types of species for bank stabilization. So the engineer, I'm working on this job with Markinet, J.D. Markinet engineers who did the design of the rest of the subdivision. And so they were able to lower the profile of this road, lower than it was by a few feet, which allowed me to, minimize the amount of impacts. And so the amount of wetland impacts coming through here is about 1,800 square feet. And we're proposing a 2,000 square feet, 2,090 square feet area of replication. And the reason I'm trying to keep that replication area almost 1-to-1 is I'm just trying to minimize the amount of trees that come down.
Right, we don't typically want it that much larger because we don't want to have to.
No, I know, it's kind of a shame when you have to do these replication areas, and there's really, it's all trees down there, so.
So, but is the area, currently it's a wooded area?
Correct.
Is the intent to have it, once it's done, once you've got the grading, for it to be a relatively shady area? This isn't part of, like, the next house's yard, right?
No, yeah, there's going to be, here's one of the stormwater basins that was designed for phase 1, okay? This is all wooded, it's all staying wooded. They wouldn't be developing until they got up further up this roadway.
Okay.
Nothing's going to happen down here.
Yeah, we just want to make sure, I mean, and you've got the rest of the wetland to kind of prevent that, because I can see the rest of the wetland is flagged out quite a ways, so you wouldn't be end up cutting down.
No, so here's the storm, nothing's going to, yeah, this would remain except for the poor replication area.
Right, so I'm just looking for a limit of work on there. Okay, so that's something we would look for, yep.
Sure.
Because I just want to see where that shade's gonna, obviously you have to cut down the trees in the replication area, but we want to be able to keep it as shady as possible to help that, grow back, right?
Correct.
As a wetland, as a wooded wetland. Cool.
I do know with the road coming through, obviously you're going to be destroying some of the forestry canopy, and it's going to be opening that right up to sunlight, so.
Yeah, because there's grading on either side of the road.
Yeah, 2-to-1.
Yeah.
In this culvert right now, the roadway surface, the proposed, is almost about 10 feet above existing grade.
So we're just doing this crossing on the locus map. Is Woodland Road up into that point already approved?
Yes.
Okay.
We're not over on the, years ago, and maybe Jack can chime in on this one, this subdivision was approved back in 2002, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And Jack, maybe if you want to give a brief history?
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
name and address for the, yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Jack Nealon, Deer Crossing, 85 Main Street, Hawkinton. Like Margaret said, the land was purchased in '04, and houses have kind of been put in. We just sold our last house lot. They're actually before you today, 69 Woodland Road. And this is just the final phase of the project. So it's approved by the town up to the corner of Old Farm Road and Woodland Road. And there's actually a temporary turnaround that we put in so that the mail carrier and plows for the town could turn around.
Yeah.
And this crossing is just about 150 yards beyond that temporary turn.
Okay. I just, I wish we didn't have so much grading, just because I just, on the, I think that I can't do anything about it.
Well, it's
This area right in here, is your limit of work is, oh, so this looks, now I can see the limit of work. Oh, no, now they can't hear me. I can see this limit of work, right?
Yeah, sure.
So that's really helpful. Yeah, we just highlight that. And this is gonna be clear because there's a detention basin. And this is gonna be clear because of this grading.
Yeah, just to tie in, just to take this grading and to tie in. So that may be able to be modified a little.
That's what I'm getting at, because we were getting real close to these
Sure.
flags right here, and I understand this is quite far away now from the bridge. This stuff I'm not, I mean, it is what it is, this is where you have to be to put the crossing in, but just trying to
Yeah,
keep the
that-
limit of work as far away from these particular flags.
Yep.
You know, you're already trying to keep away from these flags. This looks like this is gonna be okay, or this is gonna be in a different order later. Or is that great, or is that the way it is right now?
Yeah, so grading down the slopes here, and then just tying into these grades as you're coming up out of the hill.
Oh, okay, so these are the natural grades on this hill?
Correct.
Okay. And then over here, you're into a different property, so you're fine, and then this has to come down because of the replication. But then, this is the natural grade too? There's nothing coming down? This is the limit right here.
Yeah, and they're just tying these grades in right here. That's
Okay.
all.
So this is the bit about this limit of work. So the limit of work faces this way over here. And then the limit of work should be flipped over here.
Right. Yeah, so.
Because you're working in here.
That's right, that limit of work should be up here. So
that limit is drawn here.
But I think he can do something a little better here
Okay.
with that grade.
So then that,
push it farther away.
and then
from the
just
wetland.
again, remake the limit of work so I can see like what side we're on.
Yep.
Because on this one, it's very clear. I'm working here and I'm not working here. On this one, it's not clear. Am I working here and not here? Because I'm clearly moving the limit of work on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
Are there buffer lines on there? Yes.
Yes. No, maybe.
Yeah, in fact, there's,
I mean, there aren't any colors, so I can't tell.
say 1,865 square feet of BBW proposed to be filled as part of this with a 2,090 square foot replication
Yeah.
area.
This is the 50 foot. So they should just be highlighted.
Yep.
This is the 50 foot. This looks like it should be a 50 foot. This looks like it should be 100 foot. It even says 50B and 100B.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
And this says 50B and 100B. So they're on there, they're just not highlighted as such. Okay. Any other comments from the board?
May I?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I get a basic question, Margaret.
Yep.
This is a Marquardont plant,
Yep.
and you do not work for Marquardont, right?
No.
So what's the story?
What's the story? Well, we needed somebody to do the stormwater calcs.
Okay, well, that's another thing, is that the NOI package, I didn't see the stormwater report, because this is for a residential subdivision, I'm guessing of more than,
Well, this,
Four
I
lots,
did drainage calcs for the culvert. I was hired to design the culvert, to do the stormwater calcs for the culvert, and those are in here.
okay, so this is not a single-family house, this is marked off on the WPA Form 3 as a residential subdivision. Can I, and this is part of a larger subdivision, so I'm going to presume that the stormwater checklist is required, and I don't see that.
Yes, this,
Because you're extending the road, right?
correct, but he does have stormwater designed right up to this point here, that's all going to this basin.
Right, so I think
And
the
actually,
commission
it-
needs to know where the new impervious surface is going to be going, and a stormwater checklist be created or incorporated or added or amended from the last one?
Because you've got the area identified, you've got the amount of, you've got the basin identified, you just don't have it identified with the development that might be going in the basin.
Okay, well, he does have some stormwater structures that he must have taken into account, and I'll find this out.
Okay.
That are right here, that feed into this drop inlet that dumps out over to that basin they have up there. And if you ever been out there, this stormwater basin that they have inside is quite deep. So
Yeah, oh, yeah,
they got enough room. So let me talk to Mark and see where he's at with that drainage and how much of this, if that stormwater if this was included in those original stormwater calcs.
Yeah.
Even so, that would just be for that side of the brook, not the other side of the brook.
I'll have to find that out.
Right. So my recommendation is that no matter what, a stormwater checklist and report with updated or even brand-new long-term operation and maintenance plan has to be included for this application. So that's one thing. On the wetland replication plan, and you know that I really like the one that you did on Boston Road.
I know.
This is why I was like, what, this doesn't look like a Margaret plan, and then I know that, oh, okay. So that led to all those questions. On the planting plan, on the last sheet, it has 4 planting areas. Is it more on the lower right table on the right-hand side below the notes?
Yeah, and I think, what they were talking about is, you know, a lot of these lower slopes they're getting planted wetland plants, right? And then we have this other replication area here.
Okay, so you have different you have 4 different upland planting areas, and then you have the planting plan for the replication area.
Correct.
Okay. And then you're proposing cinnamon fern as your 20 cinnamon fern. And I don't see any spec for any kind of wetland seed mix, which I always recommend.
Oh, yeah, no, we love our wetland seed mixes.
Right, so no problem with planting plugs of cinnamon fern, but I highly recommend doing a New England wet mix. And I haven't done a wetland replication with this commission yet, but there's a certain way that I like to see it done, and like to see it put in the special order of conditions so that there are checks and balances on the sequencing of how this is done. The way that I prefer to see it done is that you do a number of inspections with the wetland scientist. And you do an inspection once it's gotten the perimeter marked out, so everybody can agree that this is the correct area. And then the machine does the digging. And once they think they're done the digging, there's something called a bottom inspection done. It's kind of similar like what you do for a septic system to make sure that you got the bottom correct. And the purpose of that is to make sure that you have the correct hydrology. And if you're a wetland scientist, you have the trained eye to look at the soil and know if you hit it or not. Because that's the most important part of a wetland replication construction project. Is if you don't get the water table level correct, then everything you do from then on is completely useless and a waste of money. At the same time, we'd be checking the soil that they have to put in, because the soil that goes into the wetland replication area has to have a certain amount of organic matter. We would check the plants to make sure that the correct species, the correct size, the correct number. If there's been any substitutions, that they get run through myself at a minimum. And just check the general health of the plants, and if there's some that I think are going to die, then I tell them to replace it. And once that's all done, then they have the permission to put in the soil and put in the plants. And then there would be a completion report by someone like Margaret stating everything that's been done, and one last follow-up from myself to make sure that everything was done like it was supposed to. Because wetland replication areas and wetland fill is just about the most important thing the Conservation Commission's permit in their time on the board, in my opinion. So that's, I'll show you the wording if and when the time comes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Any other?
I have a couple of questions.
Please.
What's the elevation, I can't read my plan. What's the elevation of the grade at the low point of the road?
At the low point of the road right here?
Yeah, that one right there, right above the wetland.
So the existing grade right now?
No, grate. The drainage grate that's in the road.
The grade of the grade.
Yeah.
Right here, I think it's number 10.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't, I might have a newer plan if you want to hang on. Just a sec.
Well, I'm just wondering how you're going to get the water from that grate back into the detention basin with the bottom elevation of 558.
Well, I know that, but he's got it on the plan, so I'll have to see how, I'm sure I've got on the other sheets there, the drainage profiles.
Can you also tell me why the plans say limit of roadway construction just beyond the edge of the wetland? When obviously the intent of the plan is to continue the road to the cul-de-sac?
Were you looking? Yeah.
Why is the road stopping there and they all say limit of roadway construction is just a straight line end?
Because this is just for the wetland crossing, even though they're not exactly sure what they're doing over here at this point. It's just the wetland crossing. So obviously, whatever they do on the other...
But that, we can't determine the drainage that's moving towards the wetland if we don't know where it goes. So it's not really a complete plan without knowing
Good point.
the continuation of the roadway. Because the wetland juts in close to the edge of the roadway further up.
Well, let me talk to the applicant and the engineer, and see if they do have a plan, and that can be, how we're going to address that.
Yeah.
Regarding stormwater.
Right. Any other comments? Oh, sorry, Mark, I didn't.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to continue
So moved.
the public hearing to January.
You didn't go to the public.
Public comment.
Public comment.
Oh, crap, sorry. Anybody from the public commenting on this particular, on Deer Crossing development? Hearing none, I will entertain the motion to continue the public hearing to January 8th, 7 PM.
So moved.
Moved by Jim,
Second.
seconded by Mark, roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farnay.
Mark Bonjamine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's try to get to bed. Item number 10, public hearing, notice of intent, Daniel Burrows, 57 Manchog Street for the septic upgrade. I have to read the thing. Town of Douglas public hearing pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. The Town of Douglas Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on December 18th, 2023 at 7 PM for notice of intent filed by Joseph Burrows, located at 57 Manchog Road, for work to be done pursuant to the Town of Douglas Wetland Bylaw and the Wetland Protection Act, Mass General Laws 131, Section 40. The proposed work involves construction of an upgrade septic system and associative grading. Public participation will be available by attending the meeting at the Town of Douglas Municipal Center located at 29 Depot Street, Douglas, Mass. Pursuant to the governor's March 29, 2023 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Laws 3818. The public might participate in this meeting via remote participation. A website for the meeting will be provided on the conservation agenda posted on the town's website, douglasma.gov, at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Copies of the notice of intent may be examined electronically by contacting the Conservation Commission at 508-476-4000, extension 205.
And hot. Tim Callahan is online.
Oh, excellent. Tim, please name and address for the board group. Yep.
Yeah, I couldn't make it to the meeting tonight because I'm going through the flu. I didn't want to get the flu.
No, but thank you.
Joseph Burrows is the owner of the property. He's 86 years old. He wants to sell his house. I've been working with his son more than he has to design an upgraded septic system. His septic system failed. We propose a Presby system, grading, final grading, that very, very closely match existing grading. We're going to remove the 10,000 gallon tank, or 1,000 gallon tank, and replace it with a 1,500 gallon tank and a pump, and it'll go into a Presby system. It is within the 200-foot buffer of the rivers. It's between the 100 and the 200 river buffer, riverway buffer, and it's within, a portion of the property is within the 50-foot buffer, nothing being within the 25-foot buffer of the wetlands of the Mumford River.
Yeah, they're within the 50 to 100-foot buffer.
Of the river.
Of the BVW, they're in the outer riparian zone of the river.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah. This is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a Title V repair associated with a sale.
Yep.
So it will be an improvement. Putting it where it is, it's proposed entirely within an existing lawn. My only critique of the plan is that the compost socks have a very wide stretch around it that goes into the woods, and I think that should probably get tightened up to stay along the edge of the lawn, because there's no need to have to go into the woods. Other than that, I think that's it's necessary. It's in an area that's already disturbed, and I recommend issuing an order of conditions with standard special conditions. That's my take on it.
All right. Thank you. Any comments from the board?
Nope.
Any comments from the general public? I will entertain a motion, unless somebody thinks we need to continue.
No, there's a DP file number issued for this already, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Is it being moved so much closer to the wetland?
That's a question for Mr. Callahan.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Why is the septic field being moved so much closer to the wetland than its current position?
Well, the system itself has failed, and it's an older system that doesn't abide by the requirement of a 4-foot separation from groundwater for a new system, or with the variance of 2-foot groundwater separation. So we had to move it away from that system. Otherwise, we would have a mound in front of the house, and it didn't allow for because we would have to raise the system, it would put a mound in front of the house, and it also required the pump station taking over part of the area required for. There wasn't room.
Is the proposed system in a fill? Is it
No,
that
no.
to be raised for that system as well?
We have a 38-inch groundwater with the Presby system with a 2-foot groundwater separation variance. We have another 2-foot for the Presby pipes and the C33 sands required. That makes it 4 foot or 48 inches. So we have about a 10-inch fill over the system.
I mean, we approved an existing system to be repaired and replaced just at our
Right.
last meeting, and we didn't, and that one wasn't being moved to be able to be repaired.
Correct, you can put them in the same location, it's just that this one was my understanding, is this one, the location was non-compliant. Or in other situations, it was in a location that was okay for a new septic. But yeah, there's no reason why you can't put it in the same location, except for in this case, that was a bad location.
Right, we couldn't keep the 2-foot groundwater elevation. It would have raised the system, would have about 1.5 foot fill over an existing, above the existing grade of the front yard. And we ran, and we also had to put in a bigger septic tank and a pump to bring it up to that elevation. So it was much easier just to put it on the side of the slope there. And if, he's older, he wants to sell his house, and he doesn't want to try to sell his house with a 1.5 foot fill mound over his front yard. It's relatively flat now.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but it's also now, I can't read this plan, but I think 70 feet from the wetland, or is that even less than that? 50 feet from the wetland?
50 feet, it's 50 feet. Actually, it's well over 50 feet, yeah, it is closer to 75. Yeah.
Is that Mumford River?
Yep.
On the right-hand side of this plan?
Yes.
Yes, it's near the bridge. It's across the street from the cemetery.
Right before St. Denis.
I don't like that the system is closer to the water than what the current system is. I know the current system has failed, but I'm concerned about, approving a plan that there is the ability to, I think, to have the system be a little further away from the water than what this one is.
Where would you, yeah, okay. Do you have a recommendation?
Can the angle be different? Can the angle be more on a diagonal or parallel to the house? To the side of the house?
Mr. Callahan, can you hear Mark's question? And Mark, maybe move the microphone closer to...
No, I didn't hear that.
How far away does it have to be from the house? I see you have 24 feet and 20 feet to the corner.
We have to have 20 foot from the corner to the system, yes.
20 feet is the minimum?
Yes. Yes.
So why couldn't the system be a little bit more perpendicular to the road, or the leading edge on the roadside be closer to the existing system as opposed to the angle that you have it?
When you design a system, you have to be parallel to the grading. So we're 20.4 feet away from the closest building corner to the system, and then we have to be parallel to the existing grade, so that the pipes themselves are parallel to the slope going downhill or up, downhill. So we couldn't make a, angle it more towards the existing residence and follow the existing slope of the ground as it is now. As you can see, the 97 elevation on both ends are pretty much the same. And it's a Title V requirement that it be parallel.
Okay. So far, the comment I have is on the compost sock. Any other questions from the board? Any other questions from the general public? I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move. Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Jim. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mark Greco, aye.
Jim Farr, aye.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Thank you. And then for the actual NOI.
There's a signature page for it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Entertain a motion to approve with our typical and special order of conditions, and also we're added the condition where they're going to tighten up the compost stock with approval from Brendan. Any other conditions? All right, so motion entertained.
So move.
Motion made by Mike Greco, seconded by Joe Fitzpatrick. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farr, aye.
Mark Mangum abstained.
KG Dudley, aye. Thank you. All right, the next item is...
Thank you.
Thank you. I have another one, I swear. It's 11:07 PM, notice of intent, 36 Birch Hill Road for a single family, Brad Reardon. I think I've probably got another one of these.
I don't think they can see the map. Oh, okay.
There we go. Legal notice for public hearing pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, Massachusetts Wetland Lines Protection Act. The Town of Douglas Conservation Commission will be holding a public hearing on December 18th, 2023 at 7 PM for a notice of intent filed by Brad Reardon, located at 36 Birch Hill Road, Douglas, Mass. For work to be done pursuant to the proposed work involves new construction, single-family house replacing fire-damaged home and a septic system repair. Public participation will be available by attending the meeting at the Town of Douglas Municipal Center located at 29 Depot Street, Douglas, Mass. Or pursuant to the Governor's March 29, 2023 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Laws 30A18. The public may participate in this meeting via remote participation. A website for the meeting will be provided in the conservation agenda posted on the town's website at www.douglas-ma.gov at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. Copies of this notice of intent may be examined electronically by contacting the Conservation Commission at 508-476-4000, extension 257. That's a different one.
Okay.
Anyway, carry on.
Les Stevens, 31 Brookside Drive, Douglas, Mass. And
Bruce Wilson with New England Environmental Design.
so, just kind of covering what we're doing here. We're proposing a new construction house, reducing the footprint from a 48-32 to a 48-28. Updating the septic system with a Presby system. Right now, we're also removing one shed that's in the backyard area and possibly removing the back deck off the existing garage and evaluating whether we're going to remove the existing garage, and if we do, it would be just aluminum seated in this replacement. The other thing is with the existing septic system, we've worked with the Board of Health and got an approved location for the septic system. There's one tree that is outside the 100-foot buffer that's by the road area that will probably be removed. It's a pine tree. It's determined whether it's the town tree or whether it's shot off the property line. by the corner of the existing house area, so. We're just waiting on the DEP number. Everything's been filed with them as well, and check's been cashed, and we're just waiting for the number to be issued out. So, that's it.
To expand, we're utilizing a Presby system which would allow for a reduced footprint. It's on there that we do provide 4 feet of separation to groundwater, and that was placed so that we would maintain 50 feet from an isolated land subject to flooding area. We did apply for 2 waivers. One would be the setback to the foundation, of which a poly barrier would be put up against the foundation because of the limited size we have there, and the other being we're 62 feet away from the drinking well, where typically you try to get 100 feet, but we've got a lot that's 100 by 150. We're kind of limited on what we've got and where we can put things. The project would be buffered with a siltation barrier of a straw wattle. That would be at the edge of what's existingly disturbed now. So I felt it, and it's at the edge of the top of the slope that's there, so that would provide anything from getting over the hill. We're very limited. We don't have a stockpile area. The material for the septic would have to be removed, placed in a truck and trucked away. And then the septic and Presby sand would have to be trucked in and placed as needed during the construction process. Very limited
area.
Very limited area to work with.
Yeah, and due to the removal of the existing house, we would use some of the material that's on site, and then be able to kind of spread that across where the existing house would be, and probably work with the septic grade.
Yeah, I mean, the septic's designed to pretty much go back in at grade with minor fill going on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't want to go beyond that, but I mean, yeah, just a note on the existing garage, that the back of the garage has a deck that we'll be removing, and we're really evaluating the existing garage there, whether we're going to remove that until we get on site and
have a structural guy look at it,
yeah,
just to make sure it's sound.
Yeah. So, but if it is removed, then we would just lumen seed that area and grade it accordingly.
Okay.
So.
It wasn't damaged during the fire.
No.
It is getting pretty old.
Yeah, it's old, and there's some, right now we've done.
That area is probably a little damp too.
Yeah, we've done some, yard cleanup area and stuff like that, because of some of the water related to the fire and other things related to that. So we've applied for a demo permit to remove the house. We've in the process of applying for the new permit for the new house, and it could be, might have put that in your packets as well. It's been sent to Jen. If not, I'll bring it for the next board meeting.
We've probably gone through, at least 5 dumpsters already, trying to clean up. Yeah, it's
just the yard area.
I'm sure the agent's been out there. He can attest to the fact that it's definitely needs some work.
I haven't been out there yet.
Yeah.
And I got lucky in that the DEP file number wasn't issued yet, so I get a little reprieve, but I will be out there soon.
Okay.
I know the DEP is terribly behind.
They've been, yeah, they definitely are. I have the site up on the screen. I can attest that there used to be a house there, right? So there you go.
The structure's still there. It's 53% still there.
So how does the new house?
Same footprint.
Same footprint?
Right on the same exact footprint. It's actually reduced because there is a back concrete area.
Little bump out
there. So instead of being a 48-32, we are actually making it a 48-28. So removing the back existing area.
Okay, that's not what I'm seeing on the plan, though. The plan says 48-32.
We've submitted an updated plan.
Yeah, no.
And I'll make sure you get it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, please do that.
Yeah.
I've got 2 copies here. I'll leave.
Right, in the backyard, I haven't been to the backyard, right? Because that's really the area that's closest to the wetland here.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
And there's an intermittent stream, and according to this delineation, there's an isolated land subject to flooding. I'm guessing that it must hold water.
Correct.
It puddles and pools.
It does dry up. I've seen it both with all the storms we've had, and then I've seen it dry on the day we did the soil
That's what it
test.
does, yeah.
Yeah, so it's an area that it unfortunately catches water, and there is no inlet or outlet on it.
There is a shed in the back area that we would be removing too. So again, we're not.
Is that shed shown on the plan for
No,
removal?
but when you're out there for the site walk and some of
You'll
that,
see it.
you'll see
I also,
I'm not even sure if you want to call it a shed or a lean-to or
Yeah.
a makeshift fire wood or whatever.
yeah, if it's a wood pile. Where's the street? So I know where the street is, actually, could you show the street?
Oh, good. Yes.
Oh, you know
Well,
what?
you guys have a better plan.
No, I had a layer turned off. Let me fix that. I
Okay.
hate when they do that.
Yeah, so I assumed the street was the other, and I was like,
Yeah,
how
no,
is
the
how are you
street- yeah,
even
the
getting to
street-
the house? Which is the second part, is there a driveway?
Yes. So we can show that.
Yeah, when I turn on the edge of pavement, it'll.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
And I assume
has
you're
the
not
driveway
changing
to
it,
the
but
existing
that's
garage. Now
that's
there's a
cool.
layer frozen.
Cool.
Yeah, we're proposing a raised branch, so with a two-car garage under.
No, this has the shed.
And working away from there.
And there's the street, okay.
So I have a, I'll see it soon enough, but the backyard, you know, you get the property line not too far from the house, before the wetland, but you good out there?
Lock that.
Oh.
Go ahead.
So,
Made the front door locked.
I mean, does the lawn go all the way up to the property line, or is there any kind of wood line that goes onto the property that you're planning on taking down?
There's no trees that are there. It's all kind of like rough gravelish.
Okay.
The lawn is actually in front of
A lot of debris, mostly debris.
Yeah. The lawn is really in front of the existing garage headed to the roadway.
Okay.
It's in dire need of 10, 11 cleanup.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you. Yeah, let us know as soon as you do what you're doing with the garage. I'm interested in the garage because it's so close there.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you're going to leave it alone, that's fine, but if you're going to change it, that's definitely something that we're going to look right away. Is it in or is it out, right?
Yeah. I don't know if we're getting determination on that.
Okay.
We just haven't been able to.
And then the street and the driveway and anything else you plan on doing it. Cool.
Make those changes and stuff like that. But, at least the back of the garage would be removed because that's a deck that's
not, yeah.
it's not safe. So
Really wet.
if the garage does stay, that would at least get out of the 50-foot buffer there.
The garage is two-story. It looks like it might have been, like, somebody lived up there, or an in-law or something
And,
at some point.
Yeah, it was like almost like an apartment usage. So we did talk to Mr. Frazier. If the garage does stay, it would be really just a workshop and remove any livable aspects of it.
Good to know.
From that standpoint. But we did talk to him about evaluating the garage. And I just wanted to forthcoming with the board about that.
Yeah.
And if it does go away and remove, then we would make it lawn area. And we'll see. So,
Very cool.
okay. I want to hold you up.
Any, right, I don't. Any comments from the board at this time?
No, this was mentioned, it doesn't show any driveway or pavement.
No, it was, when I went to print it, there was a layer frozen.
So we need that, yep.
Yeah, we'll add that on the updated.
Yeah, that, and the house is actually going to be smaller than that, too.
You can see the little bump out in the.
I would imagine this is the road over here,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't show the.
so with a 30
Yeah,
mil,
we'll-
where it says 30 mil barrier, that's the front of the house.
There's a 30 mil barrier that'll go around the house because of the close
That's what
proximity.
I'm saying, where the text is, that's the side of the,
Yes, yep.
Is that barrier like right on the property line?
There is a barrier right at the property line to prevent any breakout because of the, when you go to the site, it drops on the right side if you look at it from the street and off the back. It's a fair amount of fill that's gone on for who knows how long, but I mean, it's one of these old cottages, it's,
it's 1950.
yeah, built probably, yeah, probably before we were all born.
Well,
This is an opened public hearing now. Do we have any comments from the public on this one? Excellent. I'll entertain a motion to continue to January 8th at 7 PM, this thing that we're doing right now.
Brady, if you have any comments,
36 Birch Hill Road.
Yeah,
please get them back to us
I'll
quick.
get them to you as soon as I can.
I'm going to be hanging out with Mickey Mouse when you have your next meeting, so.
Oh, that's good.
So you got a motion, Katie?
Nope, I'm entertaining one to continue the public hearing. Motion made by Joe. Seconded by Jim. Roll call vote.
Get 'em on with the
Joe
pavement.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Jim Farn, aye.
Mark Mangumai.
KG Dudley, aye. Thank you so much. Great. Now I get to open.
One more?
Yep,
Last one.
one more. Been here all night,
Make it quick, make it quick.
working on it. Wait, is this already open?
It is.
Oh, great, thank you. Welcome. Please come up.
I did, I supposed to let you. I'll show it to you.
All right, friends and team, so we've looked at part of this already? This is the,
Yeah.
ah, lovely.
Yeah, and Margaret.
Oh, in a house. That's great.
Yeah, so I can go over the changes.
Yo,
You
please.
guys are ready.
Need to recuse myself.
Understood.
Okay, for the record, Margaret Bacon, Allen Engineering, and I'm here with the applicant, Mary Beth Mello and Don.
Mike, we need Mike to make a quorum.
So the last time we were here, there were some additional things we wanted to show on the plan. Okay, so I sent the surveyor back out there. I showed the tree line on both sides, the driveway. We took some additional topo shots. We also, at the request of the commission, the house in yellow, that's the proposed house. We slid that up about 5 feet, so now the front of the house matches the existing, okay? Before we had the house pushed back towards the wetland a little, and
We wanted
feedback on that, so so right now, we're, right up against actually, we're beyond the front zoning line, but we're not making this any more non-conforming. We also were able to, we moved the tight tank over a little, and then we also raised it up a little. Okay, we're putting in a 2,000-gallon monolithic tank, and I went out there with it, I didn't want to send the backhoe out there, but I went out there with an auger, and I'm comfortable to say I don't believe that groundwater in this spot here is any deeper, is less than 2 feet. So I'm making the assumption the groundwater is 2 feet below grade, and bounced the tight tank up a little, moved it up into a little higher spot. And then I also, instead of having the well over here next to the wetland, I moved the well to the other side of the driveway. Now that puts me within 88 feet of the neighbor's septic. So I am going to ask for a waiver for that, but I have nowhere else on this property that I can put that well.
Okay.
Unless I'm right on top of the wetland line and stay 100 feet away from the septic.
And that goes to Board of Health?
Correct, so I'm sending them a revised plan
Okay.
with asking for a waiver request for that. And 88 feet is plenty far enough. Most states only have 75 feet from wells to septics. Massachusetts just seems to be a little more
Particular.
So I do know we have the zoning board meeting at the beginning of January that's been continued. And the zoning board now likes to get the feedback from the commission before they make a decision to make sure there's not going to be any more changes.
Okay. The end of the gravel drive, and it is indeed gravel,
Correct.
and it goes almost to the water line? It just kind of ends there.
It just kind of fizzles out. I mean, there is gravel out here in the the front of the building, but it's not a, real defined.
By the time you get there, the grade's pretty flat.
Correct. And, I asked the surveyor went out there and did, he said, to him, he says it just kind of became less and less defined the more you went out there. But it's
Yeah.
gravel in front of this.
And I have it all right here.
I also have to confess that as a child, I spent a lot of time on this property. I'm sure I was not supposed to be there, but I am familiar.
Okay.
This is what it looks like. So that's what it looks like. Now, say it's gravel, it's more like gravel with a carpetway in the middle.
Yep.
Now, the wetland line pretty much goes through this area right here, so, yeah. That's a good question. What's going to become of this dock?
It'll be removed.
Okay.
That would be good to know on the plan. And how is it going to be removed?
Well, it'll be removed.
Yeah, is it going to have
with
to
your-
be equipment? You know,
Whatever,
like-
your hand.
No, manually.
and-
Okay.
Okay, so those poles can be taken out manually?
Yes,
Okay,
they're just setting on the bottom of the pond.
okay. This is a good one to look back at it, with the driveway on the right-hand side.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll leave it at that one. That's a good one to stop at.
Oh, I was going to also add it, if you have plans for the outhouse.
We could remove it.
I don't want, I don't know that it needs to be, it's out, then you have to go in the wetland to go get it.
Kind of a historic structure,
We can leave it there if you want.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that's fine.
Honestly, I didn't even see it when I was out there. Is
It's,
it-
it's there.
It's,
Like, what state of decay is it in?
Well, it's,
used a couple years ago.
you wouldn't want to use it.
It's been a while.
But it's still standing.
I've used
I mean,
worse.
you see those less and less nowadays. It's, when you do come across them, you hate to get rid of them, they are kind of a,
well, at this point, I'm just saying it's probably going to be more disturbance to go out and get it.
yeah. So I don't think we have to fill it in or anything, it's not like a cesspool, so.
Okay, I don't have any more comments. Board? Comments, all right. I'll entertain a motion to close, we have the DP number and everything.
Going to the public?
I was going to do that.
Okay.
Oh,
Public comment.
are there any comments from the general public on this property? Thank you. Please name and address for the board.
Mark Munjum, 20 Depot Street in Douglas.
Yeah.
First off, I would respectfully request a continuance of this meeting, being that this plan was only just provided to the Conservation Commission today. And therefore,
Okay.
I have not had a chance to review this plan as an abutter. So,
And I can say that this is the first time I see it.
Oh, I thought, you said you were out on the site, so I thought you had,
I was on the site back in November.
okay.
Yeah.
Nope, my mistake.
I thought the commission had a, request to have information provided 7 days or so in advance of the meeting.
Did they,
It just came in.
Yeah, we got to go back out there with the survey crew. I'm just, you can only do so much so fast.
no, that's fair. I assumed because the public hearing was open that you had seen this and this was an amended plan, so, okay.
At the last meeting, I had a couple of questions or concerns. One was the proximity of the structure to the pond edge and the wetland. And also the floodplain. I mean, it had been expressed at the meeting that, there were questions about where the floodplain level was, and, the applicant even said that the water had come up as far as the house at one point in a storm years ago.
There was a
And so-
1955 hurricane.
Right. So and I've seen it up beyond that back driveway myself, living there, or being there 20 years or so. So I would just suspect that's a concern of mine. And would like that to be looked into by the applicant.
Yeah, when it comes to the floodplain, when you have, these situations, BFEs, where there is no elevation, so you have to, use your best engineering judgment of where that elevation is. Now, you can use in the NOI, I have a flood map that shows a poly line, so, you can use that. It's not exact, but then you also use direct observations of what people have seen out there. And I actually went out there this morning with all that rain, just to see what the elevation of this water moved much. And I was kind of surprised. I figured I'd see it right up to the wetland line, and it didn't move up that much. That was with about 3 inches of rain. So, so basically this floodplain line here, right here, it follows a topo line. I believe I have it at 660/50, based on the FEMA map and, observations, and then also the septic next door. We know that's not in the floodplain, and or it shouldn't be, and that topo line along there.
Right. Yeah.
So, you take what you can, because without actually having to go out there and do a drainage analysis of Laurel Lake, I mean, that costs more than this cottage here would cost to do that.
For 175 Southwest Main Street.
We did one.
There was done one by Dupree and the Byron Andrews. They came up with a very specific number.
Yep.
What was the number?
It's what I'm looking for. I'm having a hard time opening up.
And it was not far from here. It was,
The lake should all be the same elevation,
Yeah,
right?
typically you go by your mean high water. The mean high water.
It was at a different datum, so they're very, very different.
Right,
like
so-
300 feet different.
Yes, I remember. It's like one was like 400, this one's 600 and
Well, I'm sure
change.
there's a conversion factor, because I'm on the Mass GIS datum right now, so I don't know what datum he was on, but if we could find that.
Nat
I could probably
83,
convert.
NAVD 88,
Yeah.
probably what he's at. So it would be good, maybe I'll share that with you, Margaret,
Yeah.
because I'd like to see apples to apples myself.
Sure.
And I mean, you came up with the elevation, I'd like to be able to compare them,
Yeah, so would I.
because they did do a very, very detailed study for this one on 175. So that might be able to help you out.
Okay, that'd be great if I could get that information.
Okay, and this one, the last one just got approved at the last meeting, so.
What was the address for that one?
175,
Okay.
yeah. So, yeah, among the notes that I have were, don't show setbacks, need a slurry pit, show driveway, some sort of anti-creep barrier.
measures.
Yeah, no stockpile area shown, show the extent of lawn, show existing tree line. Can the tight tank get moved closer to the road, which I believe you did.
Yes, we did.
Don't want to see structures closer to the wetlands.
We moved them farther back.
And the stairs were a question with that, too.
The stairs.
The stairs associated with the house.
Off the front deck,
Yeah.
back deck.
There are stairs off the front deck, on the driveway side, there's an entry door.
Okay.
So you want those shown on the plan?
Yes.
Other comments were, the last meeting, there's a deficiency in the plan showing the existing conditions. There should be a 25-foot buffer line shown, and distances to work from 25-foot buffer zone line. We have that?
No.
Comment from Mr. Mungin last time was work is being expanded toward and within the 25-foot buffer zone. Doesn't want to see the structure any closer to the wetland. And then there's a question about the FEMA being correct. The neighbors show FEMA at 498.95 with H2 elevation 493. Different datum, but I can share that with you.
Okay.
Did you get those numbers?
Go ahead, say that again.
FEMA, they had it 498.95,
Okay.
with the water elevation at 493.
Okay.
And, yeah, there was some questions about the tight tank being potentially 6 feet under the groundwater table, but you did raise that to, I'm guessing, to the best of your ability.
I raised it up, and like I said, it's a monolithic tank. And I know the invert going into that tank's a football grade, so it's above groundwater.
Yep, collars,
Collars for buoyancy.
yeah.
Right now, I have an H20 tank. They're pretty heavy. I've never had to use collars with H20 tanks.
All right, the commission is happy with that. That's something to consider, because sometimes the water that comes in the water table can get raised up.
They can. I've seen them raise up, but with an H20 tank, they're pretty heavy, and I've done the buoyancy calcs, and we're not even close to popping out of the ground.
Okay. And, yeah, another one of Mark Fungin's comments was, where will the parking be? I'm guessing in the driveway.
Yeah, right here, he's gonna park right in the front. He's got room for 4 spaces.
Be between the road and the front of the house there, the back of the house, really.
So will you could just be parking on the lawn?
No, be a little gravel area there.
Okay, if there's going to be a little gravel there, I recommend outlining it.
Right now, the driveway goes around the entire building.
Yeah,
I know.
I saw.
That'll be eliminated. Lawn out front.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay. That's it.
So I guess the big question here is, because we do have to go to the zoning board, I think before the next meeting here. I mean, I'd like to be able to say that this building is not going to get moved any other
Yeah, that's one
more
of
showing right here. Just so that we can get through the zoning process. I moved it up as far as I can away from the lake and be in line with the existing building. Anything more further up front, I'm becoming more and more non-conforming with zoning.
Understood. Gordon, do you think you'd move the house again? I'm not hearing that anyone will move the house again.
Okay, okay, very good, thank you.
Certainly. I'll entertain, is there any other comments from the public? I'll entertain the motion to continue the public hearing to January 8th at 7 PM.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Jim. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farn, aye.
KG Dudley, aye. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have to close out? Official.
No, I know.
I know, I was asking.
Want to talk about anything else, Jim? I want to give you space and time to talk about anything else you want to talk about. Okay,
I
great.
have bills payable to be signed.
All right,
Ecotech.
I'll get on that. In the meantime, I will entertain the motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Mike, seconded by Jim. Roll call vote.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Jim Farn, aye.
Okay,
Oh, thank you, Mark.
thanks for hanging around. Yeah.
Happy holidays.